Thanks so much for joining me for tonight's set of scary stories. Remember, we post longer videos 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We read 30 minutes of short stories, then an hour and a half of nature sounds. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, because we are always happy to get suggestions for new story ideas. With that, let's get on to our night of terror and dreams. The eerie thicket. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the earth hummed with the song of centuries past, there lay a thicket untouched by time. Its gnarled branches twisted and intertwined, casting twisted shadows on the forest floor. A haunt of dread and foreboding amidst the serenity of the wilderness. Among the group of friends from the nearby town, tales of the eerie thicket were spoken in hushed tones, passed down through generations like a chilling warning. They spoke of a place where darkness reigned, where the veil between the mortal world and the realm of the unknown was thin, and where horrors beyond imagination awaited those foolish enough to seek them out. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in a whirlwind of decay, and the air was thick with the scent of rot and decay, 5 friends set out on an adventure into the heart of the forest. Sarah, the spirited leader of the group, was joined by her closest friends. Alex, the quiet and thoughtful one. Emily, the free-spirited artist with a penchant for danger. David, the adventurous thrill-seeker. And Mia, the empathetic soul who always saw the beauty in the world around her. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches twisted and contorted like gnarled fingers reaching out to ensnare the unwary travelers. The air was heavy with a sense of impending doom, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in sickly shades of green and gray, casting an eerie pall over the path before them. With each step they took, the darkness of the forest seemed to seep into their bones, filling them with a sense of dread and unease. Yet, despite the overwhelming sense of foreboding that surrounded them, they pressed on, their curiosity driving them forward into the heart of the unknown. At long last, after what felt like an eternity of wandering through the labyrinthine depths of the forest, the friends stumbled upon the eerie thicket, its twisted form sending shivers down their spines. The trees loomed overhead like silent sentinels, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers clawing at the sky, while strange and unsettling noises echoed through the gloom. As they entered the thicket, a sense of dread washed over them, their hearts pounding in their chests as they ventured further into its depths. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the ground beneath their feet seemed to shift and writhe with unseen horrors. But as the day drew to a close and the sun dipped below the horizon, the friends knew that their time in the eerie thicket was coming to an end. With trembling hands and racing hearts, they made their way back to the world beyond the forest, their minds reeling from the horrors they had witnessed. And as they emerged from the darkness of the thicket, their hearts were filled with a newfound appreciation for the light, and their souls were forever haunted by the nightmares of the eerie thicket. For in that chilling moment, they had experienced something truly terrifying, something that would haunt them for the rest of their days. Lost in the wilderness, in the heart of the sprawling wilderness, where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches reaching towards the sky, there lay a hidden valley untouched by the passage of time. Its rugged terrain and dense foliage made it a haven for those seeking solitude and adventure. But for 5 lost camp counselors, it would become a labyrinth of uncertainty and fear. Among the group of counselors from the nearby summer camp, tales of the hidden valley were spoken of in hushed tones, a secret known only to those who dared to venture beyond the beaten path. They spoke of a place where the rules of nature seemed to bend and twist, and where the boundaries between reality and fantasy blurred into nothingness. One fateful afternoon, as the sun beat down mercilessly and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, 5 camp counselors set out on a hike into the heart of the wilderness. Mark, the seasoned outdoorsman, led the group with confidence, his knowledge of the land serving as their guide. He was joined by his fellow counselors: Sarah, the enthusiastic nature lover; Jake, the laid-back jokester with a heart of gold; Emily, the cautious thinker who always planned for the worst; and Mia, the empathetic soul who never left anyone behind. As they ventured deeper into the wilderness, the landscape shifted around them, the familiar trails giving way to untamed wilderness. The air was alive with the sound of birdsong and the rustle of leaves, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts of light, illuminating the path before them like a beacon in the darkness. With each step they took, the group grew more confident in their ability to navigate the wilderness, their laughter and chatter filling the air as they made their way along the winding path. They shared stories and jokes, their spirits high as they embarked on this journey into the unknown. But as the afternoon wore on, and the sun began to sink towards the horizon, disaster struck. A wrong turn led them deeper into the wilderness, away from the safety of the familiar trails, and deeper into the heart of the unknown. As panic set in, and the realization of their predicament dawned on them, the group frantically searched for a way back to civilization, but their efforts were in vain. Night fell like a shroud over the wilderness, casting everything into darkness and leaving them utterly lost and alone. With each passing hour, their fear grew, their hearts heavy with the weight of uncertainty. They huddled together for warmth and comfort, their minds racing with thoughts of what lay ahead. But as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, a glimmer of hope appeared on the horizon. Through sheer determination and unwavering teamwork, the group managed to find their way back to civilization, their ordeal finally at an end. As they emerged from the wilderness, weary but triumphant, the group knew that they had faced their fears head-on and emerged stronger for it. For in the heart of the wilderness, where danger lurked around every corner, they had discovered the true meaning of friendship and perseverance, and they would carry those lessons with them for the rest of their days. In foreboding woods of whispering pines, 4 men set out on a hunting trip, seeking adventure in the heart of the wilderness. Among them were Jake, the grizzled veteran with a taste for danger; Tom, the pragmatic leader who always had a plan; Mike, the skeptical skeptic who scoffed at the idea of ghosts and spirits; and Tim, the nervous newcomer who had never set foot in the woods before. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to close in around them, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers to snatch them away into the darkness. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the sounds of the forest echoed through the gloom, a haunting symphony that set their nerves on edge. But as night fell, and the shadows grew long, the men began to sense that they were not alone in the woods. Strange noises echoed through the darkness, and eerie lights danced among the trees, their ghostly glow casting twisted shadows on the forest floor. At first, the men dismissed these signs as nothing more than figments of their imagination, the product of an overactive mind in the darkness of the woods. But as the night wore on and the strange occurrences grew more frequent, they knew that something sinister was lurking in the shadows, waiting to claim them as its prey. One by one, the men began to disappear, spirited away into the darkness by an unseen force. Jake was the first to go, vanishing without a trace as he ventured deeper into the woods in search of firewood. Tom followed soon after, his screams echoing through the night as he was dragged away into the darkness by unseen hands. Mike and Tim were left alone in the darkness, their hearts pounding in their chests as they struggled to make sense of the nightmare unfolding around them. But as they searched for a way out of the woods, they realized that they were being hunted by something far more sinister than they could have ever imagined. As they stumbled through the darkness, their minds filled with terror, they came face to face with the haunting figure that had been stalking them through the woods. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and its twisted form seemed to flicker in and out of existence like a ghostly apparition. With nowhere left to run, Mike and Tim knew that their fate was sealed. They stood frozen in terror as the haunting figure closed in on them, its unearthly presence filling them with a sense of dread unlike anything they had ever experienced. And as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the woods fell silent once more, the haunting figure disappearing into the shadows as if it had never been there at all. But the memory of that fateful night would haunt Mike and Tim for the rest of their days, a chilling reminder of the horrors that lurked in the darkness of whispering pines. Echoes of the forest. In the heart of the dense forest, where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers, there lay a sinister presence that few dared to speak of. It was a place where the veil between the living and the dead was thin, and where the echoes of the past whispered through the trees like a haunting melody. Among the group of 5 women who ventured into the woods that fateful day were friend Sarah, the determined leader with a fierce sense of loyalty; Emily, the intuitive one who always sensed danger lurking just beyond the shadows; Jessica, the adventurous spirit who craved excitement and thrills; Lisa, the pragmatic realist who relied on logic to navigate through life's challenges; and Rachel, the quiet observer who often saw things others overlooked. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew thick with a sense of foreboding, and the trees seemed to lean in closer, their twisted branches casting twisted shadows on the forest floor. Despite their growing unease, the women pressed on, their footsteps echoing in the eerie silence of the forest. But as night fell, and the darkness closed in around them, the women realized that they were hopelessly lost, their sense of direction shattered by the oppressive gloom of the forest. Panic set in as they searched for a way out, their hearts pounding in their chests as they struggled to make sense of their predicament. And then, they stumbled upon it. A clearing in the woods, where a circle of eerie figures stood waiting for them. Their faces were twisted and distorted, their features mirroring those of the women themselves, but their eyes burned with a malevolent light that sent shivers down their spines. As the women watched in horror, the figures closed in around them, trapping them in a nightmarish embrace. They spoke in hushed whispers that echoed through the darkness, their words a chilling reminder of the fate that awaited them. With nowhere left to run, the women stood frozen in terror as the figures began to chant, their voices rising in a haunting chorus that filled the air with dread. And as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the women realized with a sinking heart that they were doomed to join the haunting coven that lurked in the depths of the forest, their souls forever trapped in a twisted dance of death and despair. Shadows of the night. In the heart of the dense forest, where the trees loomed tall and imposing, their branches intertwined like gnarled fingers reaching out to ensnare the unwary, there lay a darkness that seemed to seep into the very soul of the woods. It was a place where the boundaries between reality and nightmare blurred, and where the echoes of the past whispered through the shadows like a haunting refrain. Among the 3 unfortunate souls who found themselves lost in the depths of the forest were friends Jack, the stoic and rational thinker who always had a plan; Sarah, the fiercely independent woman with a sharp wit and a steely resolve; and Alex, the nervous and jittery one who often saw shadows lurking where there were none. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew thick with a sense of foreboding, and the trees seemed to close in around them, their twisted branches casting long shadows that danced in the fading light. Despite their growing unease, the trio pressed on, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of fallen leaves that covered the forest floor. But as the day turned to night and darkness descended upon the forest like a suffocating blanket, the tension among the group reached a fever pitch. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent shivers down their spines, and they couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched by something lurking in the shadows. And then, they saw it, a figure moving among the trees, its form shrouded in darkness, and its eyes burning with a malevolent light. It moved with an unnatural grace, gliding silently through the undergrowth like a predator stalking its prey, and the trio knew with a sinking heart that they were not alone in the woods. As the night wore on and the figure drew closer, the tension among the group escalated to a breaking point. Paranoia and fear consumed them, driving them to the brink of madness as they struggled to find a way out of the forest and escape the clutches of the haunting figure that hunted them. But as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the trio realized with a sinking heart that they were trapped in the forest with no hope of escape. For in the heart of the darkness, where the shadows danced and the echoes of the past whispered through the trees, the trio had become prey to something far more sinister than they could have ever imagined. The depths of despair, in the heart of the rugged wilderness, where the landscape was carved by the passage of time, and the echoes of ancient whispers lingered in the air, there lay a cave untouched by the light of day. Its yawning mouth beckoned to those who dared to venture into its depths, promising secrets untold and horrors beyond imagination. Among the group of unsuspecting travelers who found themselves drawn to the cave were friends Sam, Sarah, and Chris, and couple Jessica and Alex. They had signed up for a guided tour of the cave, eager to explore its mysteries and marvel at its beauty. Their tour guide, a charming and enigmatic figure named Lucas, led them deep into the heart of the cave, his voice a soothing melody that echoed off the walls of the cavern. But as they ventured deeper into the darkness, a sense of unease settled over the group like a heavy fog, and they began to realize that something was terribly wrong. As they descended into the depths of the cave, the air grew thick with the stench of decay, and the shadows seemed to writhe and twist around them like living things. Despite their growing apprehension, the group pressed on, unable to resist the pull of the darkness that surrounded them. But as the tour progressed and the cave grew darker, the true nature of their guide was revealed. Lucas was no ordinary tour guide, but a shape-shifting creature with evil intentions, disguised in human form to lure unsuspecting victims into its lair. With a flick of its wrist, Lucas sealed the entrance to the cave, trapping the group inside with no hope of escape. Panic set in as they realized the gravity of their situation, their screams echoing off the walls of the cavern as they struggled to find a way out. But it was too late. As the group huddled together in terror, Lucas revealed its true form, its twisted and grotesque features bathed in the sickly light of the cave. With a maniacal laugh, it revealed its intention to sacrifice them all to the depths of hell, where their souls would be condemned for all eternity. As the group fought desperately for their lives, Lucas began the ritual, chanting in a language long forgotten as the shadows danced around them in a macabre frenzy. With each passing moment, the darkness closed in around them, and the travelers knew that their fate was sealed. And as the last echoes of their screams faded into the darkness, the cave fell silent once more, its secrets buried deep within its ancient depths. For in the heart of the darkness, where the shadows lurked and the echoes of despair whispered through the cavern, the souls of the travelers would become just another offering to the depths of hell, lost to the world forever. The House of Shadows. In the heart of the desolate woods, where the trees loomed tall and twisted, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers, there stood an abandoned house shrouded in darkness. Its crumbling facade and boarded-up windows seemed to exude an aura of malevolence, a silent warning to any who dared to tread too close. Among the two groups of 3 travelers who sought refuge in the abandoned house that fateful night were friends Mia, Ryan, and Emma, and siblings Mark, Lily, and Alex. They had been wandering through the woods, seeking shelter from the brewing storm that threatened to unleash its fury upon them. As they stepped through the creaking door of the abandoned house, a sense of unease settled over them like a heavy blanket. The air was thick with dust and decay, and the silence of the empty rooms seemed to press in on them from all sides. Despite their misgivings, the travelers settled in for the night, huddling together in the dim light of the fading day. But as the hours ticked by and the storm raged outside, tensions among the group began to rise. Whispers of paranoia and suspicion filled the air, each member of the group casting accusing glances at their companions as they searched for the source of their unease. Mia accused Ryan of hoarding food, while Emma accused Lily of hiding a weapon. Mark in turn accused Alex of plotting against him, and Ryan accused Mia of being in league with the sinister figure that seemed to haunt the abandoned house. As the night wore on and the storm raged outside, the paranoia among the group reached a fever pitch. Accusations turned to violence, and before long members of both groups lay dead on the cold, dusty floor of the abandoned house. But as the survivors looked around at the carnage that surrounded them, they realized with a sinking heart that they were not alone in the abandoned house. A shadowy figure stood in the corner, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light as it watched the chaos unfold. With nowhere left to run and no one left to turn to, the survivors knew that their fate was sealed. As the figure closed in on them, its twisted form reaching out to claim their souls, they realized with horror that they had been lured into the abandoned house for a reason. For in the heart of the darkness, where the shadows danced and the echoes of the past whispered through the walls, their souls would become the final offering to the sinister figure that lurked in the shadows, waiting to devour them whole. The Witch's Tempest. In the heart of the dense forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the air crackled with energy, there stood a small, dilapidated shack. Its timbers were weathered and warped, and the windows were dark and empty, giving the impression of a place long abandoned. 7 weary travelers, caught in the midst of a raging storm, stumbled upon the shack as they sought refuge from the relentless downpour. Among them were friends Sarah, Matt, and Emily, and siblings Jack, Kate, Alex, and Lily. They had been hiking through the wilderness when the storm descended upon them with a ferocity that seemed almost supernatural, driving them to seek shelter in the nearest haven they could find. As they stepped inside the shack, a chill settled over them, and the air seemed to grow thick with an otherworldly presence. The interior was sparse and dimly lit, with cobwebs clinging to the corners and shadows lurking in every corner. Despite their unease, the travelers settled in for the night, grateful for the respite from the storm. They huddled together for warmth, their eyes darting nervously around the room as they listened to the howling wind outside. But as the night wore on and the storm raged unabated, strange things began to happen within the confines of the shack. Objects moved of their own accord, and eerie whispers echoed through the darkness, sending shivers down the spines of the travelers. As the hours passed, the group's unease grew into full-blown terror. Sarah claimed to have seen a figure lurking outside the window, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Matt swore he heard the sound of scratching coming from the walls, as if something were trying to claw its way inside. One by one, the travelers began to disappear, spirited away by some unseen force that seemed to stalk them through the darkness. Panic set in, as the survivors realized that they were trapped in the shack with something far more sinister than they could have ever imagined. With each passing moment, the darkness closed in around them, and the travelers knew that their only hope of escape lay in confronting the evil that lurked within the shack's walls. But as they searched for a way out, they realized with a sinking heart that they were no longer alone. For in the heart of the storm, where the winds howled and the rain beat relentlessly against the windows, the witch waited patiently for her next victims, eager to claim their souls as her own and trap them in the darkness forevermore. The Haunting of Blackwood Barn. In the heart of the dense forest, where the trees stood tall and imposing, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers to claw at the sky, there lay a clearing untouched by the passage of time. In the center of this clearing stood an abandoned barn, its weathered boards creaking in the gentle breeze as if whispering secrets to the night. Lost and disoriented, John stumbled upon the clearing as darkness descended upon the woods. His footsteps echoed hollowly in the stillness of the night as he approached the barn, seeking shelter from the encroaching shadows. The barn loomed before him like a monolith of darkness, its windows empty and soulless, its doors hanging askew on rusted hinges. But to John's weary eyes, it offered the promise of safety and refuge from the unknown terrors that lurked in the depths of the forest. With a hesitant hand, John pushed open the creaking doors of the barn and stepped inside, his heart pounding in his chest as he peered into the darkness. The air was heavy with the scent of dust and decay, and the floorboards groaned ominously beneath his feet as he made his way further into the shadows. As the night wore on and the darkness pressed in around him, John felt a growing sense of unease settle over him like a suffocating blanket. Strange noises echoed through the darkness, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as he felt the weight of unseen eyes watching him from the shadows. Outside the barn, glowing-eyed figures emerged from the darkness, their forms flickering and shifting like phantoms in the night. They taunted John with whispered promises of salvation and damnation, their voices like echoes of forgotten nightmares that sent shivers down his spine. But as the hours passed and the night deepened, John's fear turned to terror as a chilling figure emerged from the shadows, its presence filling the barn with a sense of overwhelming dread. Its eyes burned with an otherworldly light, and its twisted form seemed to twist and contort with each step it took. With a voice like ice, the figure spoke to John, its words sending a chill down his spine as it revealed its intention to claim his soul for its own. Paralyzed with fear, John could only watch in horror as the figure closed in on him, its shadowy form reaching out to claim him for the darkness. And as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the barn fell silent once more, its secrets buried deep within its decaying walls. For in the heart of the darkness, where the shadows danced and the echoes of the past whispered through the night, John's soul would become just another offering to the chilling figure that lurked in the shadows, waiting to claim its next victim. Shadows of the Forgotten Village. In the heart of the dense forest, where the trees stood tall and imposing, their branches intertwined like gnarled fingers reaching out to ensnare the unwary, there lay an abandoned village shrouded in mystery and shadow. Its crumbling buildings and overgrown pathways spoke of a time long forgotten, a relic of the past, hidden away from the prying eyes of the world. Lost and disoriented, a group of weary travelers stumbled upon the village as darkness descended upon the woods. Among them were friends Rachel, David, and Sarah, and siblings Michael, Lisa, and Emily. They had been hiking through the wilderness when they strayed from the path, their sense of direction shattered by the oppressive gloom of the forest. As they stepped through the crumbling gates of the village, a chill settled over them, and the air seemed to grow thick with an otherworldly presence. The buildings loomed before them like silent sentinels, their windows dark and empty, their doors hanging open on rusted hinges. Despite their unease, the travelers pressed on, seeking refuge from the encroaching darkness. They found shelter in the crumbling remains of an old tavern, its walls covered in layers of dust and cobwebs, its floors littered with the detritus of years gone by. As night fell, and the darkness pressed in around them, strange things began to happen within the confines of the village. Shadows danced and flickered in the corners of their vision, and eerie whispers echoed through the empty streets, sending shivers down their spines. And then, as the last light of day faded from the sky, the figures emerged from the darkness. Ghostly apparitions drifted through the streets, their forms flickering and shifting like phantoms in the night. Their eyes burned with an otherworldly light, and their twisted forms seemed to twist and contort with each step they took. With a voice like ice, the figures spoke to the travelers, their words sending a chill down their spines as they revealed their intention to claim their souls for their own. Paralyzed with fear, the travelers could only watch in horror as the figures closed in on them, their shadowy forms reaching out to claim them for the darkness. And as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the village fell silent once more, its secrets buried deep within its decaying walls. For in the heart of the darkness, where the shadows danced and the echoes of the past whispered through the night, the souls of the travelers would become just another offering to the chilling figures that lurked in the shadows, waiting to claim their next victims. The Keeper of the Woods. In the outskirts of the small town of Oak Ridge, nestled deep within the haunted woods that bordered the town, there lived an old man, known only as Old Ben. His ramshackle cabin stood as a testament to his solitary existence, surrounded by the whispers of the trees and the shadows that danced among them. Unknown to the townsfolk, Old Ben was not alone in the woods. He was a keeper of a dark secret, a guardian of a creature that lurked in the depths of the forest, feeding on the souls of the unsuspecting victims that wandered too close to its lair. As the summer sun dipped below the horizon, a group of 10 campers arrived at the edge of the haunted woods, their laughter and chatter filling the air with an air of excitement. Among them were friends Tom, Jess, and Mike, and siblings Anna, Matt, and Lucy, along with their friends Jake, Sarah, Emily, and Alex. They had heard the rumors of the haunted woods, but dismissed them as nothing more than tales told to scare children. Setting up camp at the edge of the woods, the group laughed and joked as they roasted marshmallows over the crackling fire. But as darkness descended upon the forest, a sense of unease settled over them, and the laughter died away, replaced by whispers of fear and uncertainty. As the night wore on and the shadows grew long, strange things began to happen within the woods. Eerie noises echoed through the darkness, and flickering lights danced among the trees, their ghostly glow casting twisted shadows on the forest floor. Unbeknownst to the campers, Old Ben watched from the shadows, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light as he prepared to lure them into the clutches of the creature that lurked within the depths of the woods. With a voice like gravel, Old Ben emerged from the darkness, warning the campers of the dangers that lurked within the woods. But his words fell on deaf ears, as the group dismissed him as nothing more than a crazy old man. As the night deepened and the campers settled in for the night, a sense of foreboding settled over them like a heavy blanket. Shadows danced and flickered in the darkness, and whispers echoed through the trees, sending shivers down their spines. And then, as the last embers of the fire died away, the creature emerged from the depths of the forest, its twisted form looming over the campers like a specter of death. With a deafening roar, it descended upon them, its eyes burning with an otherworldly light as it claimed its next victims. And as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the haunted woods fell silent once more, their secrets buried deep within their ancient depths. For in the heart of the darkness, where the shadows danced and the echoes of the past whispered through the trees, the souls of the campers would become just another offering to the creature that lurked in the shadows, waiting to claim its next victims. Whispers in the woods. The haunting of Blackwood Forest. The air hung heavy with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, a suffocating blanket settling over the Miller family as they ventured deeper into the woods. Sunlight, once a golden tapestry filtering through the leaves, was now reduced to fragmented shards, dappling the moss-covered forest floor in an unsettling chiaroscuro. 12-year-old Sarah, ever the explorer, skipped ahead, her backpack bouncing against her shoulders. The promise of adventure gleamed in her eyes, a stark contrast to the growing unease gnawing at her parents, Martha and Tom. City dwellers by birth and nature, the dense wilderness of Blackwood Forest was a world away from their concrete jungle existence. Tom, a man who prided himself on his pragmatism, felt a prickle of unease at the back of his neck. The trail, a barely discernible path on their arrival, had vanished entirely. They were relying solely on Sarah's enthusiastic pronouncements, fueled by a tattered map they'd picked up at a dusty gas station on the way. Martha, her composure strained thin by the endless green labyrinth, clutched the arm of their 8-year-old twin sons, Ben and Billy. They too had started the trek with unbridled enthusiasm, chasing butterflies and collecting oddly shaped stones. However, their initial joy had dimmed, replaced by a wary silence that mirrored their parents' growing anxiety. "Are we sure this is the way?" Martha whispered, her voice barely audible under the rustling of leaves. Tom, ever the optimist, forced a smile. "We just need to find the marker Sarah mentioned, the big flat rock with the carving. Then it's a straight shot to the cabin." His words lacked their usual conviction, betraying the worry flickering in his eyes. Sarah, oblivious to her parents' trepidation, stopped abruptly, pointing to a cluster of trees ahead. "There it is, the marker." Relief washed over Tom. He quickened his pace, eager to reach their destination before nightfall and the full unleashing of the wood's unsettling shadows. Reaching the marker, a moss-covered rock carved with an indecipherable symbol, Sarah whooped with delight. The twins echoed her enthusiasm, their brief bout of fear forgotten. Martha, however, couldn't shake off the feeling that the marker, instead of guiding them, was a silent sentinel, its cryptic symbol a warning they couldn't understand. The path beyond the marker was even more treacherous, a tangled web of roots and fallen branches. Tom led the way, hacking through the undergrowth with a borrowed machete. The light grew dimmer by the minute, and the oppressive silence was punctuated only by the rhythmic crunch of their footsteps and the occasional snap of a twig under unseen feet. Just when despair began to creep in, Sarah's cry pierced the stillness. "Look! Up there!" Following her gaze, they saw it, a rustic log cabin nestled amongst the towering pines, smoke curling invitingly from its chimney. A surge of relief washed over them, as potent as the wood smoke that promised warmth and respite. The cabin, although small and seemingly unoccupied, had a welcoming aura. Tom pushed open the creaking door, a wave of stale air and the faint scent of wood smoke greeting them. Inside, the cabin was sparsely furnished but clean, a single room with a fireplace crackling in the center, casting flickering shadows on the log walls. Exhaustion and relief warred within them. Martha sank into a worn armchair, her body aching. Tom, ever the pragmatist, began a methodical inspection of the cabin, checking windows and securing the door. The twins, their fears forgotten, scurried around, their childish curiosity reignited. Sarah, ever the explorer, stood by the dusty window, her gaze drawn to the encroaching darkness outside. As dusk settled, casting long, ominous shadows across the clearing, a sense of disquiet settled over the family. The silence, previously oppressive, now felt oddly charged, as if the woods were holding its breath. Strangely, there were no sounds of nocturnal creatures, no chirping crickets, no hooting owls, an unnatural stillness that sent shivers down their spines. Martha, unable to shake off the feeling of being watched, pulled the twins close. Tom lit an oil lamp hanging from the low ceiling, bathing the room in a warm orange glow. They sat in an uneasy silence, the crackling fire the only comfort against the encroaching darkness outside. The first night in the cabin was a symphony of unease. The unnatural stillness outside continued, broken only by the occasional, inexplicable creak of the old structure settling against the weight of the night. Sleep came in fits and starts, plagued by unsettling dreams of unseen eyes peering through the darkness, and whispers carried on the wind that held no language their minds could decipher. Dawn, when it finally arrived, brought little solace. The dense canopy of trees choked the sunlight, casting an eerie twilight over the clearing. A sense of urgency pressed on Tom. They had strayed far from the marked path, and with dwindling supplies, they needed to find their way back to civilization. "We can't stay here," Tom declared, his voice tight with a suppressed dread mirroring his wife's. Sarah, however, seemed oddly content. The isolation, far from daunting, seemed to ignite a spark of adventure within her. "We can explore more before we leave," she insisted, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling excitement. Martha, her face etched with worry, tried to reason with Sarah, but the girl's adventurous spirit was unyielding. Giving in to a weary compromise, Tom decided to explore a few hundred yards around the cabin while Sarah kept watch on the twins. As he ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew heavier, the sunlight a mere memory filtering through the thick canopy. An unsettling feeling of being watched followed him, a prickle at the back of his neck that had nothing to do with the cold morning air. He stumbled upon a path, barely discernible, but a path nonetheless. Curiosity piqued, he decided to follow it, hoping against hope that it might lead them back to the marked trail. The path narrowed, leading him deeper into the heart of the forest. He noticed strange symbols carved into the bark of some trees, swirling patterns that sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, a guttural howl echoed through the woods, a sound so primal it sent a jolt of fear through him. He quickened his pace, his heart hammering in his chest. He emerged into a clearing dominated by an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the sky like gnarled claws. An unsettling green light emanated from the clearing, bathing the ground in an unnatural glow. Before Tom could react, a voice like dry leaves rustling in the wind filled the clearing. "Lost, are we?" It rasped, ancient and filled with a power that made Tom's blood run cold. Terror gripped him as a shadowy figure emerged from behind the oak tree. It was a man, tall and gaunt, his face obscured by shadows. We're looking for our way out," Tom stammered, his voice barely a whisper. The figure chuckled, a sound devoid of humor. "There is no escaping the embrace of the Blackwood Forest," it rasped. Tom felt a surge of defiance rise within him. "We won't stay here. We have a family." His voice trailed off as the figure stepped closer, its shadowed face inches away from his own. "Your family. They are already ours," it whispered, its voice sending a chill down to Tom's very core. Panic clawed at his throat. He stumbled back, desperate to get away. But before he could take another step, the figure reached out a skeletal hand, its touch like ice against his skin. The world dissolved into darkness. Tom awoke with a gasp, sitting upright in the cabin, cold sweat clinging to his skin. The warmth of the fire and the flickering light of the oil lamp filled the room, a stark contrast to the chilling dreamscape he'd just escaped. His eyes darted around the room, searching for his family. Martha sat in the armchair, fast asleep, the twins curled up beside her. Sarah, however, was gone. Panic surged through him once again. "Sarah, he bellowed, his voice echoing in the cramped space. There was no reply. He scrambled to his feet, a primal fear gripping his heart. Rushing to the door, he threw it open and stepped out into the crisp morning air. The clearing lay bathed in the golden hues of sunrise. The unsettling green glow of his dream nowhere to be seen. He called out Sarah's name again and again, his voice growing hoarse with desperation. The silence stretched on, broken only by the chirping of a lone bird high in the canopy. His heart hammered a frantic rhythm against his ribs. "Martha," he bellowed, rushing back into the cabin. Martha was still asleep, but the look of terror on her face as she awoke mirrored his own. "Sarah, where's Sarah?" she gasped, her voice strained. Tom shook his head, unable to speak past the lump forming in his throat. Together they searched the cabin. Their hope dwindled with every unanswered call of Sarah's name. The clearing offered no clues, the grass undisturbed and the morning dew undisturbed. Martha's eyes darted nervously towards the woods, their dark depths now holding a sinister allure. Tom, fueled by a desperate need to find his daughter, insisted on venturing out. Martha, on the verge of hysteria, clung to him, refusing to let him go alone. The twins, sensing their parents' fear, huddled together, their wide eyes reflecting the growing terror. They followed the remnants of the path Tom had found in his dream, their progress hampered by tangled undergrowth and fallen branches. The unnatural stillness remained, broken only by the frantic pounding of their hearts. The air felt heavy, charged with a presence they couldn't define. As they ventured deeper, the carvings on the trees became more numerous, the swirling patterns now appearing menacing in the fading sunlight. The forest, once merely dense, began to feel malevolent, its every rustle and groan amplifying their fear. And suddenly, a flicker of movement in the corner of Tom's eye sent a jolt through him. He spotted a single black feather resting on a moss-covered rock. The sight brought back a chilling memory. The tattered map they'd seen at the gas station mentioned sightings of unnatural birds deep within the forest. Just then, a guttural howl echoed through the woods, the sound far closer than before. The twins clung to their parents, whimpering. Martha, her face pale with terror, stumbled, twisting her ankle on a hidden root. Tom helped her up, fear warring with an instinct to protect his family. "We need to get back to the cabin," he urged, his voice barely audible over the pounding of his own heart. But just as they turned to leave, a figure emerged from the dense foliage. It was the gaunt man from Tom's dream, his face still obscured by shadows. An unsettling silence descended, broken only by the ragged gasps escaping Martha's lips. "Lost again, are we?" the figure rasped, its voice echoing in the stillness. "I told you, there is no escape from the Blackwood Forest." Tom stepped forward, a surge of protective rage momentarily eclipsing his fear. "Leave us alone. Where's our daughter?" The figure chuckled, a cold, humorless sound. "She is where she belongs now," it hissed, its eyes gleaming with an unnatural emerald light. "Like all who wander too far into the embrace of the forest." Tom lunged towards the figure, his fists clenched. But with an inhuman speed, the figure sidestepped him, and with a touch that felt like ice, plunged a long, gnarled finger into Tom's chest. A jolt of searing pain ripped through him, stealing his breath. He crumpled to his knees, his vision blurring at the edges. As darkness began to consume him, he saw Martha scream, a sound of raw primal fear. Then the world went black. He awoke to the familiar flickering light of the oil lamp, his head throbbing and his chest a dull ache. He was back in the cabin, lying on the floor next to the cold fireplace. Disoriented and weak, he tried to sit up, his mind a jumble of fragmented memories. The shadowed figure, Martha's scream, the searing pain. Panic surged through him. He looked around the room, his heart sinking into his stomach. Martha and the twins were gone. Only an unsettling silence filled the room. And suddenly a single black feather drifted down from the rafters, landing silently at his feet. His blood ran cold. He was trapped, alone, and facing an unseen terror that had already claimed his family. Tears of despair welled up in his eyes, but they were quickly replaced by a fierce determination. He wouldn't let the forest win. He would find his family, or die trying. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, Tom crawled to his feet. He stumbled to the door, the chilling realization dawning on him. The forest might have let him back into the cabin, but it was only a temporary reprieve. It was far from over. Tom plunged back into the woods, his body a vessel of aching muscles and raw grief. The forest, once a silent observer, now seemed actively malicious. Thorns snagged his clothes, unseen branches lashed at his face, and the air throbbed with a low, pulsating hum that gnawed at his sanity. The black feathers, once a disturbing omen, now littered the path like a twisted breadcrumb trail, leading him deeper into the heart of darkness. He was lost, not just physically, but mentally. Memories blurred with nightmares, the faces of his family morphing into grotesque parodies in his mind. The green light he'd glimpsed in his dream pulsed before his closed eyelids, beckoning him forward with a promise of answers, a promise he both feared and craved. Days bled into nights, the passage of time marked only by the gnawing hunger in his belly and the growing despair in his heart. He stumbled upon strange offerings, trinkets, scraps of clothing, and an unsettling number of black feathers arranged in intricate patterns on flat rocks, each one a silent testament to the forest's growing collection of lost souls. One evening, as the last vestiges of sunlight bled from the sky, Tom stumbled upon a clearing. In the center stood the gnarled oak from his dream, its twisted branches reaching towards the inky sky like skeletal fingers. The sickly green glow emanated from within its hollowed trunk, pulsating like a malevolent heartbeat. Suddenly a figure emerged from the shadows, the gaunt man with the shadowed face. He smiled, an unsettling stretching of lips over yellow teeth. "Welcome back, lost lamb," he rasped, his voice laden with a power that seemed to vibrate through Tom's bones. Tom, fueled by a desperate hope and a flicker of remaining rage, snarled, "Where are they? What have you done to my family?" The figure chuckled, a dry, hollow sound. "They are where they belong now, part of the forest, part of me." Despair threatened to consume Tom, but a deep-seated love for his family, a primal urge to protect them, even in death, sparked a defiance within him. "You won't win," he rasped, his voice hoarse. "I won't let you take anyone else." The figure's smile widened, revealing a row of jagged black teeth. "Ah, but you already have, Tom. You offered them to me the moment you set foot in this forest. Greed brought you here, a desire for escape. And now you will pay the price." Tom's mind reeled. His vacation, his desperate need to escape the city, had led him to this, a pawn in a game he didn't understand. "There has to be another way," he pleaded, his voice cracking. The figure tilted its head, a predatory glint in its eyes. "Perhaps. There is a way to break the bargain, to release your family, and yourself. But it requires a sacrifice." Tom's heart pounded in his chest. "What kind of sacrifice?" The figure's laughter echoed through the clearing, a chilling symphony of malice. "A sacrifice of flesh and spirit. Are you willing to give your own essence to sever the bond and leave this forest empty-handed?" Tom stared at the figure, the weight of the decision crushing him. His family or himself. The forest held his loved ones captive, but it also threatened to consume his very soul. A single tear rolled down his cheek, carving a path through the grime and despair etched on his face. He looked towards the hollowed trunk of the oak, the green pulsating light calling to him with a morbid promise. With a choked sob, Tom made his choice. He wouldn't let the forest win. He would break the spell, even if it meant condemning himself. "I accept," he rasped, his voice firm despite the tremor in his heart. The figure's smile widened, revealing its true malevolent nature. It raised a clawed hand, beckoning Tom towards the glowing oak. As Tom stepped forward, a chilling realization dawned on him. He might be saving his family, but he was also guaranteeing his own imprisonment. The green light engulfed him, a cacophony of whispers filling his ears. He saw fleeting images, his family reunited, free from the forest's grasp. Then a chilling darkness consumed him, leaving behind only the faint glow of the gnarled oak and the single black feather, now resting at the feet of the gaunt figure. The forest remained, silent and watchful. The bargain was struck, the debt paid. The millers were free, but the Blackwood forest had claimed another soul, a constant reminder of the price of straying too far from the well-worn path. Years later, a weary-looking ranger named Sarah Miller stood at the edge of Blackwood Forest. Gone was the bright-eyed girl who'd ventured into its depths with her family. Now her eyes held a haunted depth, a knowledge acquired at a terrible cost. She clutched a worn photograph, its edges frayed and the colors faded. It depicted a smiling family of 5, a stark contrast to the solitary figure she was now. The forest had devoured her childhood, leaving behind a sense of responsibility and a burning need for closure. Following cryptic clues left by her father before his sacrifice, cryptic clues deciphered through years of research and nightmares, she'd finally arrived. The air hung heavy, the silence broken only by the rustle of leaves. She wasn't there to fight the forest. She knew that battle was lost. She was there to understand, to honor the memory of her family, and perhaps to find a sliver of peace. Stepping beyond the marked path, she ventured deeper. The black feathers, a chilling trail leading her towards the heart of the forest. She felt the oppressive weight of unseen eyes, the prickle of unseen claws on the edge of her perception. But this time, fear was a distant echo compared to the steely resolve burning in her chest. The gnarled oak stood tall in the clearing, bathed in the same sickly green glow. Sarah approached it with a mixture of dread and determination. As she placed her hand on the rough bark, a vision flooded her mind. Her father pleading with the forest entity, the image of his sacrifice etched into her very being. Tears welled up in her eyes, a silent tribute to their memory. Then she spoke, her voice echoing through the clearing. "I know what you took," she said, her voice surprisingly steady. "I know the price my father paid, but you haven't won. Their memory lives on, and so will the story of your cruelty." Silence followed her words, broken only by the mournful hoot of an owl. Just as she felt a wave of disappointment, a single black feather drifted down from the canopy, landing softly at her feet. Taking it in her hand, she felt a strange sense of peace, an acknowledgement of her visit. Perhaps a silent acceptance of the unspoken bargain. Turning away from the clearing, Sarah knew she would never escape the forest's shadow, but she also knew she carried the memory of her family like a shield, a constant reminder of the price. The offering. A descent into darkness and back. The rhythmic crunch of boots on fallen leaves was the only sound that dared to pierce the oppressive silence of the Northwood forest. 5 friends, bound by years of camaraderie and a shared thirst for adventure, trudged along the barely discernible path, their breaths puffing out in ghostly clouds in the crisp autumn air. Leading the way was Jake, tall and athletic, with a cocky grin that usually held the power to dispel even the darkest shadows. Today, however, a flicker of unease danced in his usually carefree eyes. The dense canopy of the forest overhead seemed to swallow the sunlight whole, casting long, skeletal shadows on the damp earth. Even the birdsong, usually a vibrant soundtrack to their hikes, was strangely absent, replaced by an unsettling stillness. Behind him came Maya, the group's pragmatist, her gaze scanning the thick undergrowth with a practiced awareness. Her backpack, always meticulously packed, seemed extra heavy on this particular trip. Next to her walked Liam, the resident jokester, his usual witty banter silenced by an uncharacteristic nervousness. His gaze darted from Jake to the others, seeking a reassurance he couldn't quite find. Bringing up the rear were the inseparable twins, Alex and Emily. Identical in appearance, they were as different in personality as night and day. Alex, the cautious one, kept a hand on his camera, nervously fiddling with the lens. Emily, ever the optimist, hummed a cheerful tune, her smile strained but defiant. They were on a quest, fueled by a mixture of nostalgia and a local legend. They'd grown up in the shadow of the Northwood, its towering pines and whispering streams a haven for their childhood escapades. Now, on the cusp of adulthood, they were drawn back by the whisper of a hidden waterfall, rumored to possess mystical healing powers. "Are you sure this is the way, Jake?" Maya's voice echoed, cutting through the silence. A hint of worry laced her words. Jake, uncharacteristically quiet, consulted the faded map clutched in his hand. Lines traced with childish enthusiasm crisscrossed the paper, making it more of a sentimental treasure than a reliable navigational tool. "Yeah, it shouldn't be much further. The map says the falls are just beyond the Whispering Pines." The mention of the Whispering Pines sent a shiver down Liam's spine. Local tales spun tales of the pines sighing with secrets, their mournful whispers driving men mad. He forced a laugh, a hollow sound that died in the heavy air. "Great. Just what we need, spooky trees to keep us company." Emily, sensing his unease, reached out and squeezed his arm. "Don't worry, Liam. We'll be fine. Besides, we haven't seen a single crazy thing yet." Her words were barely out of her mouth when a gust of wind ripped through the trees, sending a flurry of dead leaves swirling around their feet. A low moan, almost inaudible yet undeniable, seemed to rise from the very earth itself. Alex, his face pale, whipped out his camera and snapped a picture, despite the rapidly fading light. A sense of foreboding settled over the group, the jovial energy they'd started the hike with replaced by a growing sense of dread. As they pushed on, the path grew fainter, disappearing altogether under a thick carpet of fallen leaves. "Maybe we should turn back," Maya suggested, her voice laced with concern. "It's getting late, and we're nowhere near the falls." But Jake, fueled by a stubborn determination, shook his head. "We've come this far. Let's at least reach the Whispering Pines. We can decide then." They continued, their progress hampered by tangled undergrowth and hidden roots. The air grew colder, and a strange haze seemed to settle around them, warping their perception. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sounded amplified, their imaginations conjuring unseen creatures lurking in the shadows. As dusk began to bleed into night, casting long, grotesque shadows across the forest floor, they stumbled upon the Whispering Pines. Unlike the other towering evergreens, these stood isolated, their branches gnarled and twisted, reaching towards the darkening sky like skeletal claws. An unnatural stillness surrounded them, broken only by the eerie creaking of the branches, a sound that sent shivers down the friends' spines. Alex, overcome with a sudden sense of dread, fumbled with his camera trying to capture the unsettling scene. But when he looked at the digital display, his blood ran cold. The image he'd captured moments before, a seemingly innocuous shot of the forest floor, showed a faint, shadowy figure standing amongst the trees, its form barely discernible, yet undeniably there. Panicked, he showed the photo to the others. "Did you see that?" he stammered, his voice barely a whisper. They crowded around him, their faces pale as they examined the image. Emily, ever the skeptic, scoffed. "It's just a trick of the light, Alex. Don't be silly." But the doubt lingered in their eyes. The oppressive silence around the Whispering Pines was starting to feel suffocating, their initial quest for adventure replaced by a desperate wish to escape. Suddenly the air shimmered, and a low guttural growl echoed through the trees. They whipped around, searching for the source, their hearts hammering in their chests. The wind picked up, whipping through the pines, and the eerie creaking escalated to a mournful wail. Terror seized them. They were no longer alone. Jake, ever the leader, tried to rally the group. "We need to get out of here, back the way we came." But the forest seemed to have other plans. As they turned to retrace their steps, they realized the path they'd followed had vanished, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. They were lost, trapped in a maze of ancient pines and swirling shadows. Panic surged through them. Liam stumbled, dropping his backpack. As he bent to pick it up, a cold, raspy voice echoed in his ear. "Lost, are we?" He looked up, his blood turning to ice. A figure stood before him, shrouded in darkness. Its form shifted and wavered, impossible to discern in the fading light. Who are you?" Liam stammered, his voice barely a whisper. A chilling chuckle filled the air. "We are the guardians of the forest," the voice rasped, "and trespassers are not welcome." The figure lunged towards Liam, its shadowy tendrils reaching out to engulf him. A scream tore from Liam's throat as he scrambled back. The others rushed to his aid, a desperate struggle against an unseen, malevolent force. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the forest floor. Maya, in a moment of desperate ingenuity, had used a flare from her emergency kit. The figure recoiled from the sudden light, its shadowy form shrieking in a sound that seemed to tear at their very souls. Taking advantage of the distraction, the friends turned and ran, their lungs burning and their legs churning. They didn't know where they were going, but anywhere felt safer than this nightmarish clearing. They stumbled through the darkness, the chilling whispers of the pines chasing them onward. They lost track of time, the boundaries between reality and nightmare blurring with each passing moment. Just when they thought they could run no more, a glimmer of light pierced through the darkness. With a surge of renewed hope, they stumbled towards it, emerging into a clearing bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight. A ramshackle cabin stood before them, its windows glowing with a warm amber light. Smoke curled from its chimney, a sight that filled them with a desperate comfort. They found refuge, slamming the creaking door shut behind them, the silence outside replaced by the crackling warmth of a fireplace. Inside, a wizened old woman sat by the fire, her eyes glinting with an ageless wisdom. She offered them food and warmth, a haven from the horrors of the forest. But even within the safety of the cabin, a deep unease gnawed at them. We got lost," Jake stammered, his voice hoarse. "There was something in the woods, a figure." The old woman nodded slowly, her gaze flickering to each of them with an unsettling intensity. "The whispering pines hold secrets best left undisturbed," she said, her voice raspy with age. "The guardians do not tolerate trespassers." A spark of fear danced in Emily's eyes. "Guardians? What guardians?" The old woman shook her head, a flicker of sadness crossing her face. "You saw what you saw, child." Sleep came in fragmented bursts, haunted by chilling whispers and fleeting visions of the shadowy figure. Dawn arrived, a sliver of light pushing through the cracks in the cabin walls. Exhausted and shaken, they emerged into the clearing. The oppressive atmosphere of the forest seemed to have lifted, the air crisp and clear. But the idyllic scene couldn't erase the terror of the previous night. The whispering pines stood ominously in the distance, their skeletal branches reaching towards the sky like a macabre welcome. "We can't stay here," Maya declared, her voice firm despite the tremor in her hands. "We need to find our way back." But the old woman, who had seemed so welcoming the previous night, was nowhere to be seen. The door of the cabin hung ajar, an unsettling silence hanging heavy in the air. A sense of unease settled over them, a nagging suspicion that their escape wouldn't be so simple. The forest floor held no trace of the path they'd taken the day before. The dense undergrowth and towering trees all looked the same, an endless maze mocking their attempts at escape. They wandered for hours, frustration and fear mounting with each passing minute. Suddenly Alex cried out, pointing towards the base of a tree. Nestled amongst the gnarled roots lay Liam's backpack, ripped open and abandoned. A chilling realization dawned on them. They weren't just lost, they were being stalked. Panic turned to desperation. They pushed on, adrenaline fueling their weary bodies. But the feeling of being watched never left them. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent shivers down their spines. As the day wore on, Emily, usually the most optimistic, began to falter. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stumbled, her face pale and gaunt. "We'll never get out of here," she whispered, her voice trembling. Jake, his usual bravado fading, placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "We will, Em. We just have to keep moving." Hope, however, was a dwindling commodity. The forest seemed to be playing with them, leading them in circles. Their initial goal of finding the waterfall, a distant memory replaced by the desperate need for survival. Just as despair threatened to consume them, a glimmer of movement caught Alex's eye. He squinted through the dense foliage and let out a gasp. "Look!" he exclaimed, pointing towards a distant clearing. In the distance, nestled amidst the towering pines, stood a magnificent waterfall, its cascading waters shimmering like a beacon of hope. Relief flooded through them, a surge of energy propelling them forward. As they stumbled into the clearing, however, a cold realization slammed into them. The waterfall wasn't the only thing waiting for them. Standing directly beneath its cascading waters, its form obscured by the mist, was the shadowy figure they'd encountered before. Its raspy voice echoed through the clearing, sending a wave of terror through their veins. "You cannot escape the forest," it rasped. "You are all mine now." Trapped between the cascading water and the malevolent figure, the friends huddled together, fear paralyzing them. But then, the old woman from the cabin materialized from the shadows behind them. "Leave them be," she commanded, her voice surprisingly strong for her frail frame. "They have learned their lesson." The figure turned towards her, its form simmering with rage. "They are trespassers. They disturb the balance." The old woman shook her head. "They are young and foolish, but they have faced the consequences of their actions. Let them go." A tense silence followed. The figure seemed to be weighing its options, its anger warring with something akin to respect for the old woman's authority. Finally it spoke, its voice a venomous hiss. "Very well, but they will carry the mark of the forest forever." With that, the figure dissolved into a cloud of dark mist, vanishing into the air. The old woman turned to the friends, her eyes filled with an ancient sorrow. "You are free to go," she said, her voice raspy. "But the forest never truly forgets." They stumbled back out of the forest, forever marked by their encounter. Each of them bore a faint, swirling symbol on their skin, a chilling reminder of the night they faced the guardians of the Northwood. The legend of the waterfall remained nothing more than a whispered tale, forever tainted by the horrors they had witnessed. They returned to their lives, carrying a weight far heavier than their backpacks. The forest had taken something from them, their innocence, their carefree spirit, and perhaps a part of their souls. But as they looked back at the dark wall of trees that bordered their town, they knew something else had been taken, a part of their friendship. The experience had fractured their bond, leaving them with unspoken nightmares and a chilling knowledge they couldn't share. Maya, once the glue that held them together, became withdrawn, haunted by the ever-present awareness that she might not have spoken up forcefully enough to save them. Liam, the Joker, developed a nervous stutter, his laughter replaced by a constant edge of anxiety. Alex, the cautious one, became obsessed with documenting the experience, filling notebooks with cryptic sketches of the shadows and the figure. Emily, the optimist, seemed to fare the worst. The light in her eyes had dimmed, replaced by a hollowness that mirrored the despair she'd felt deep within the forest. The once inseparable twins now drifted apart, the shared trauma driving a wedge between them. They moved on with their lives, attending college, starting careers, but the Northwood Forest remained a dark stain on their past. Every year, around the anniversary of their ordeal, an unsettling restlessness would take hold of them. They swore never to return, but a morbid curiosity, a yearning for closure, sometimes flickered in their eyes. Then, one year, 10 years after their brush with the Guardians, Emily received a postcard. It depicted a familiar scene, the cascading waterfall bathed in sunlight. On the back, a single sentence was scrawled in a spidery hand. "The forest remembers." Panic seized Emily. The past she'd tried so desperately to bury was clawing its way back. She gathered her friends, the shared fear reigniting a spark of their old bond. They knew they couldn't ignore the message. This time they wouldn't be venturing into the forest as naive teenagers, but as hardened adults, armed with the knowledge they'd gained the hard way. They were no longer seeking a mythical waterfall, but seeking answers, and perhaps a way to finally break free from the hold that the forest had on them. As they stood at the edge of the Northwood, the familiar oppressive silence descended. This time, they were prepared. They carried more than backpacks. They carried the weight of their past, the scars etched onto their skin, and a flickering flame of defiance burning within their hearts. They were determined to face the Guardians, not as trespassers, but as survivors. The forest awaited, its secrets hidden beneath the dense canopy, the Guardians ready to protect their domain. The friends stepped into the shadows, their journey into the unknown just beginning. Whether they would find answers or succumb to the darkness remained a chilling mystery, a whispered echo carried on the wind through the ancient trees of the Northwood Forest. This time they navigated with a newfound caution, their memories of the twisted paths and lurking shadows guiding them. The forest, once a labyrinth, felt familiar in its malevolence. Gone was the youthful bravado, replaced by a steely resolve. Maya, ever pragmatic, had researched local folklore, unearthing whispers of appeasement rituals that might placate the Guardians. Liam, haunted by memories, remained silent, his gaze constantly flitting from tree to shadow. Alex, his camera now a shield as much as a tool, documented their journey with a grim determination. Days bled into nights, punctuated by the eerie symphony of the forest, the rustle of unseen creatures, the mournful cry of unseen birds. The weight of their past transgressions pressed down on them. Emily, plagued by nightmares and a gnawing emptiness, struggled to maintain her resolve. Then, on the third day, a change in the atmosphere became apparent. The suffocating silence lifted, replaced by an unsettling hum that vibrated through their bones. The air grew heavy, thick with unseen energy. The path ahead, once obscured by undergrowth, opened up, leading towards a clearing bathed in an unnatural blue light. In the center stood a gnarled oak, its branches twisted into grotesque shapes. Beneath it sat the old woman, her face etched with an ageless weariness. Yet her eyes, filled with an unsettling wisdom, seemed to pierce through them. "You have returned," she rasped, her voice like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "We have," Jake said, stepping forward, his voice firm. "We seek answers and a way to be free of the forest's hold." The old woman tilted her head, her gaze lingering on each of them. "Freedom comes at a price," she said. "The forest demands a repayment for the balance you disrupted." Maya, clutching the worn pages of research, stepped forward. "We found mentions of offerings," she said, her voice steady. "Are there things we can give to appease the Guardians?" The old woman's lips stretched into a humorless smile. "Offerings are not enough. The Guardians demand sacrifice, a piece of what you hold most dear." A cold dread gripped them. The sacrifice demanded was more than any trinket or treasure. It was a piece of their very being, a choice that could tear them apart. They exchanged worried glances, the weight of the decision settling on their shoulders. Silence stretched, thick and heavy. Emily, tears welling in her eyes, stepped forward. She looked at her twin, Alex, a reflection of her own fear and despair. "We shared this burden," she whispered. "Let us share the sacrifice." Taking a deep breath, Emily reached for the small charm around her neck, a silver pendant shaped like a butterfly, a symbol of their childhood dreams. Alex mirrored her movement, his hand trembling as he removed the matching pendant. Together they placed the charms at the base of the oak, tears mixing with the damp earth. The clearing pulsed with an eerie blue light, the air crackling with unseen energy. The old woman nodded, a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. "The forest accepts your offering," she rasped. "The Guardians are appeased. Now go." They left the clearing, the blue light fading behind them. The oppressive silence had returned, but it felt different now, less hostile, more like a melancholic acceptance. They walked for hours, the forest path revealing itself before them, guiding them towards the familiar edge. As they emerged from the trees, the sun setting in a blaze of orange and gold, they felt lighter, a burden lifted from their shoulders. Yet a hollowness lingered within them, a constant reminder of the sacrifice they'd made. They had escaped the forest, but a part of them, their shared childhood innocence, remained forever trapped beneath the tangled roots of the gnarled oak. The Northwood continued to stand, a silent guardian of its secrets. The whispers of the pines, no longer malicious, seemed to carry a message of bittersweet farewell. They had faced the guardians, not as trespassers, but as survivors who paid the price for their curiosity. As they walked away, leaving the fading silhouette of the forest behind, they knew they would never be the same. The mark on their skin, a faint swirling symbol, would serve as a constant reminder of their journey into the darkness and the price they paid to escape its clutches. The secret at Camp Grey Lake. The dying embers of the campfire cast a flickering orange glow on Jackie's face, highlighting the worry lines etched prematurely around her eyes. Camp Grey Lake, once a haven of summer laughter and crackling bonfires, now felt more like a scene from a forgotten horror movie. Around her, the 4 other counselors huddled together, their usual summer tans replaced by a pallid pallor under the oppressive twilight. There was Ben, the self-proclaimed jokester, now unusually quiet, his gaze constantly darting nervously into the encroaching shadows. Maya, the voice of reason, chewed on her bottom lip, her normally bright gaze reflecting the flickering firelight with a troubled glint. The twins, Lily and Emma, sat shoulder to shoulder, a tense silence hanging between them. A silence that spoke volumes about their recent argument. They were supposed to be a simple closing crew, the last line of defense against the impending winter before Camp Grey Lake shut down for the season. Now, with darkness bleeding onto the horizon and the last sliver of sunlight fading behind the dense canopy of whispering pines, they were hopelessly lost. A misplaced map, a forgotten landmark, and a wrong turn on a barely discernible trail had landed them in a part of the woods they didn't recognize. The woods themselves seemed to twist and contort around them, the familiar paths vanishing, replaced by a labyrinth of towering trees and tangled undergrowth. An unsettling feeling had settled on them, a sense of being watched, unseen eyes following their every move. The chirping of crickets that used to be a constant background melody had been replaced by an oppressive silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves in the unseen depths of the forest. "Maybe we should just stay put until sunrise," Maya suggested, her voice barely a whisper that seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. Ben chuckled nervously, the sound strained and out of place. "Are you kidding? Spending the night lost in these woods? No way. We'll just find a landmark, something familiar, and get back to camp." His bravado fell flat, echoing off the silent trees with an almost mocking tone. Jackie, ever the leader, rose to her feet, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Ben's right," she said, her voice firm despite the growing unease in her stomach. "We need to keep moving. We can't stay here all night." The group set off again, their steps hesitant on the thick carpet of fallen leaves. The deeper they ventured, the darker it became. The only light they had was from Jackie's phone screen, casting a weak, wavering beam that did little to penetrate the encroaching darkness. As they stumbled through the undergrowth, a chilling realization dawned on them. The temperature had dropped dramatically. They huddled closer for warmth, their breaths puffing out in ghostly clouds in the cool night air. Suddenly, a twig snapped in the distance, followed by an unsettling silence. Their nerves tightened, hands instinctively reaching for the flashlights clipped to their belts. Jackie cast the beam towards the source of the sound, revealing nothing but a tangle of twisted branches shrouded in shadow. Lily whimpered, clutching her twin sister's arm. "Do you think there's anyone out there?" Ben, trying to sound braver than he felt, scoffed. "Just some curious animal, that's all." but his bravado rang hollow. They all knew this wasn't an animal. The feeling of being watched had intensified, a prickling sensation on their skin that sent shivers down their spines. The journey that had seemed like a short detour on a familiar path was now turning into an endless trek through a malevolent wilderness. They tripped over gnarled roots, scratched their faces on low-hanging branches, their frustrations mounting with each passing minute. Then, a glimmer of hope. Through the dense foliage, they saw a faint light flickering in the distance. A beacon in the darkness, a promise of refuge. Part 2, the abandoned cabin. Hope, a flickering flame in the oppressive darkness, propelled them forward. The faint light, a beacon in the distance, seemed to grow larger with each step, urging them onward. They pushed through dense undergrowth, their clothes snagged on thorns, their breaths ragged and uneven. Finally, they emerged into a clearing bathed in an eerie, flickering light. In the center stood a dilapidated cabin, its windows glowing a sickly yellow from within. Smoke curled from its chimney, a sight that filled them with a desperate mix of hope and trepidation. "A cabin," Ben exclaimed, relief flooding his voice. "We're saved." But Jackie wasn't so sure. The cabin, perched precariously on a small hill, looked more like a scene from a nightmare than a haven. The peeling paint hung in ragged strips, the porch sagged ominously at one end, and the lone window that emitted the light seemed boarded shut. "Maybe we should just yell for help," Maya suggested, her voice laced with apprehension. "There's nowhere else to go," Lily said, her voice trembling slightly. "It's either this or stay out here all night." With a shared look of trepidation, they approached the cabin. The closer they got, the more the unsettling feeling intensified. The air hung heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth and something else, something rotten and decaying. Jackie reached out a tentative hand and knocked on the weathered door. The sound echoed hollowly through the stillness, sending a shiver down their spines. They waited, holding their breaths, the silence stretching into an eternity. Just when they were about to give up, a slow creaking sound filled the air. The door creaked open a sliver, revealing a sliver of darkness within. A voice, raspy and ancient, emanated from the darkness. "What brings you to my humble abode at this unholy hour?" Jackie stepped forward, her voice trembling slightly. "We're lost," she explained. "We were closing up Camp Grey Lake for the winter and took a wrong turn. We were hoping..." "Hoping for what?" The voice rasped, cutting her off. "Hoping for shelter for the night," Jackie finished, her voice barely a whisper. There was a long pause, the silence filled only by the howling wind outside. Just when they thought they were going to be turned away, the door creaked open a little wider, revealing a gaunt figure shrouded in shadow. "Come in," the figure rasped, beckoning them inside. Hesitantly, they entered the cabin, the stench of decay hitting them like a physical blow. The interior was dimly lit by a single flickering oil lamp, casting long, grotesque shadows on the walls. Dust motes danced in the air, illuminated by the weak light, and cobwebs hung from the rafters like ghostly drapery. An old woman sat hunched over in a rocking chair by the fireplace, her face obscured by the shadows. Her gnarled hands, gnarled like the roots of the ancient trees outside, clutched a worn cane. "Sit," the woman croaked, gesturing towards a rickety table and chairs positioned near the sputtering fire. They sat down, their unease growing with each passing moment. The woman rocked back and forth, her movements slow and deliberate. "Lost, are you?" she rasped, her voice barely audible above the crackling fire. Jackie nodded, her throat suddenly dry. "Yes, for a few hours now." The woman chuckled, a dry, hollow sound that sent chills down their spines. "The woods have a way of doing that," she cackled, "especially to those who don't respect their secrets." A shiver ran down Jackie's spine. The woman's words felt heavy with an underlying meaning, a veiled threat that hung in the air. "We didn't mean any disrespect," Maya said, her voice firm despite the tremor in her hands. "We were just closing up camp for the winter." The woman's rocking chair stopped with a jolt. She leaned forward, her face still shrouded in shadow, but her eyes seemed to glint with a malevolent light in the dimness. "Camp Grey Lake, you say?" she rasped, her voice laced with a chilling curiosity. "A place of laughter and youthful revelry. But beneath the surface, darkness lurks, doesn't it?" Jackie and the others exchanged nervous glances. What did the old woman know about Camp Grey Lake? Before they could respond, a loud howling sound pierced the night, a sound that seemed to originate from deep within the forest. It was a primal cry, filled with a bone-chilling rage, and it sent a wave of terror through them. The howling sound echoed through the cabin, rattling the windows and sending a fresh wave of terror through the counselors. The old woman, however, seemed unfazed. She chuckled again, a dry, rasping sound that seemed to echo the howls from outside. "The night hunters awaken," she muttered, her voice barely a whisper. "Night hunters?" Ben stammered, his voice barely above a squeak. "What are you talking about?" The old woman's shadowed face seemed to turn in his direction. "Creatures of the night," she rasped. "Ancient beings that stalk these woods, drawn to the foolish and the lost." Her words sent a jolt of fear through Jackie. The feeling of being watched, the unsettling silence of the forest, it all made sense now. They weren't just lost. They were prey. Suddenly, the cabin door slammed open with a bang, the wind howling through the opening like a banshee's shriek. A dark figure, tall and skeletal, stood silhouetted against the moonlit night. Its eyes, two glowing red orbs, burned with an otherworldly hunger. The counselors screamed, scrambling back from the monstrous figure. The old woman remained seated, but a flicker of defiance sparked in her shadowed eyes. "Leave them be," she rasped, her voice surprisingly strong for her frail frame. "They are not yours to claim." The creature let out a guttural growl, the sound vibrating through the floorboards. A low conversation, in a language that sounded like the rasping of leaves and the howling of wind, ensued between the old woman and the creature. The exchange was tense, filled with veiled threats and cryptic warnings. Finally, with a final menacing growl, the creature turned and vanished back into the night, the wind dying down as abruptly as it had risen. Silence descended upon the cabin once more, thick and heavy with a mix of relief and dread. The counselors clung to each other, their bodies trembling with the lingering terror. The old woman looked at them, a hint of sympathy flickering in her shadowed eyes. "You have been fortunate tonight," she rasped. "The night hunters are not easily deterred." "Who are you?" Maya finally managed to ask, her voice hoarse. The old woman chuckled, a dry sound devoid of humor. "I am the guardian of these woods," she said cryptically. "A keeper of secrets, a protector of some, a reminder to others." Her words were enigmatic, leaving more questions than answers. But Jackie knew they owed their lives to this strange old woman. "Thank you," she said, her voice sincere. "You saved us." The woman nodded curtly. "You have a debt to pay," she rasped. A shiver ran down Jackie's spine. "What do you mean?" she whispered. The old woman leaned forward, her eyes burning with an unsettling intensity. "You must leave Camp Grey Lake," she rasped, "and never return. The darkness there grows, and it hungers for youthful souls." Jackie and the others exchanged nervous glances. They had planned to spend the winter helping to renovate the old camp, a way to earn some extra cash before college. But the old woman's words filled them with a chilling dread. "Why?" Ben stammered, his voice laced with fear. "What's wrong with Camp Grey Lake?" The old woman shook her head, her face a mask of shadows. "Some secrets are best left buried," she rasped. "Leave before the darkness consumes you all." The night wore on. The counselors huddled around the fire, unable to sleep. The unsettling howl from the forest echoed in their minds, a constant reminder of the danger they had narrowly escaped. As dawn approached, casting pale streaks of light through the dusty windows, they knew they couldn't stay. The old woman's cryptic warnings weighed heavily on them, a dark premonition that wouldn't be ignored. With a heavy heart, they thanked the old woman and prepared to leave. Before stepping out into the cold morning light, Jackie turned back. "What about you?" she asked. "Aren't you afraid of the darkness?" The old woman looked up, her eyes filled with an ancient sorrow. "Fear is a luxury I cannot afford," she rasped. "Someone must guard these woods. Someone must ensure the darkness remains contained." Jackie nodded silently, a newfound respect for the strange guardian settling in her heart. They stepped back out into the woods, the first rays of sunlight filtering through the towering trees. The path back to Camp Grey Lake seemed clearer now, almost as if the forest itself was guiding them out. As they walked, a heavy silence hung in the air. They had escaped the night hunters, but the old woman's words haunted them. The darkness at Camp Grey Lake, a darkness that hungered for youthful souls, felt like a monstrous secret they now carried with them. The familiar path, once a source of summer joy, now felt oppressive, the trees seeming to leer at them with gnarled branches. They walked in silence, the weight of the experience settling on their shoulders. Maya, usually the most optimistic, kept glancing back at the forest with a haunted expression. Ben, the jokester, remained unnervingly quiet, a dull fear clouding his brown eyes. Lily and Emma, their usual playful rivalry forgotten, clung to each other, seeking comfort in their shared terror. As they finally emerged from the trees and Camp Grey Lake materialized before them, a wave of relief washed over them. Yet, it was a hollow relief, tainted by the knowledge they couldn't share. The once inviting cabins now seemed to radiate an unsettling coldness. The cheerful lake, where they had spent countless hours swimming and laughing, looked like a bottomless abyss. The very grounds seemed to vibrate with a hidden malevolence, the playful spirit of summer replaced by a lurking darkness. That night, as they gathered around the campfire, a forced cheer masking their fear, they made a silent pact. They wouldn't return to Camp Grey Lake, not ever. The old woman's warning, though cryptic, resonated with a chilling truth. There was something evil at work here, something that preyed on innocence and joy. Despite their pact, the following weeks were filled with nightmares and a gnawing disquiet. The memory of the night hunter's glowing eyes and the old woman's chilling words wouldn't fade. They started researching the history of Camp Grey Lake, scouring dusty library archives and local folklore websites. Their search yielded little. Camp Grey Lake had a long history, dating back to the early 20th century. It had been a bustling summer camp for generations, a place of laughter and childhood memories. But there were also whispers, buried deep within online forums and local legends, of strange disappearances and unexplained accidents that had occurred over the years. One chilling tale spoke of a group of counselors who vanished without a trace in the dead of winter, their fate a mystery shrouded in whispers of a dark presence that lurked on the campgrounds. These discoveries fueled their fear. The darkness they had encountered was no mere figment of their imagination. It was a malevolent force with a sinister history. Unable to share their chilling experience with anyone, they began to drift apart. The shared trauma, coupled with the weight of the secret they carried, created a chasm between them. The lighthearted camaraderie of summer had been replaced by a heavy silence, punctuated by occasional nightmares and nervous glances exchanged in the dead of night. Winter arrived, blanketing Camp Grey Lake in a thick layer of snow. The once vibrant camp became a desolate landscape, the perfect breeding ground for the darkness within. One night, while huddled around their home fires, each haunted by their own private nightmares, Jackie received a phone call. It was a frantic call from Maya. Her voice, strained and choked with terror, spoke of strange shadows moving across the grounds of Camp Grey Lake, whispers in the dead of night, and a growing sense of dread. Jackie's heart lurched. Maya, unable to bear the weight of the secret any longer, had returned to Camp Grey Lake, perhaps hoping to confront the darkness, or maybe just to find answers. Now, it seemed, she was in danger. Jackie knew they had to act. Despite the old woman's warning, they couldn't leave Maya to face whatever evil lurked at Camp Grey Lake alone. They gathered their courage, the weight of their secret heavy on their hearts, and set off into the snowy night, determined to rescue their friend and confront the darkness that threatened to consume them all. Their journey back to Camp Grey Lake was fraught with peril. The howling wind seemed filled with unseen eyes watching their every move. The shadows stretched and danced, taking menacing forms in the moonlight. Yet they pressed on, fueled by a desperate hope and a shared fear. As they approached the campgrounds, a chilling sight greeted them. The once familiar cabins were shrouded in an unnatural darkness, an oppressive silence blanketing the area. In the center of the clearing, an unnatural light emanated from the lake, a swirling vortex of malevolent energy. A scream ripped through the night, shattering the silence. It was Maya's voice, filled with raw terror. They raced towards the lake, only to be stopped short by a horrifying sight. Emerging from the swirling darkness was a monstrous figure, a grotesque amalgam of shadows and nightmare fuel. It stretched towards the lake, its tendrils reaching for a struggling Maya, trapped within the vortex of light. Their childhood haven, Camp Grey Lake, had become a battleground, their summer memories replaced by a fight for survival. Fear threatened to paralyze them, but the image of Maya, her face contorted in terror, spurred them forward. Adrenaline surged through Jackie's veins. She grabbed a stray branch from the ground, its frozen surface rough against her skin. The others followed suit, grabbing anything they could find. A rusty shovel, a metal signpost, anything to defend themselves against the monstrosity before them. "Leave her alone," Jackie screamed, her voice surprisingly steady despite the tremor in her hands. The creature turned its glowing red eyes towards them, its form shifting and pulsating with dark energy. It let out a guttural roar, a sound that vibrated through them, rattling their bones. In that moment, a memory flickered in Jackie's mind. The old woman's cryptic words about Camp Grey Lake's darkness. "Some secrets are best left buried," she had rasped. Was there a way to bury this darkness again? Desperate, she looked around, her gaze falling on the abandoned cabins. Maybe, just maybe, there was something within them, some forgotten relic, that could banish this entity back into the shadows. "Split up," she shouted, her voice hoarse. "Look for anything that might help, anything old or unusual." Emma and Lily, their faces pale with fear, darted towards the nearest cabin. Ben, his eyes wide with terror, followed hesitantly behind them. Jackie remained with Maya, her heart pounding against her ribs. The creature hissed, its focus shifting back to Maya. It lunged forward, tendrils of darkness reaching for her. Jackie acted on instinct, shoving the branch into the creature's path. The frozen wood met the darkness with a sizzling sound, momentarily halting the creature's advance. But it was a temporary reprieve. The creature let out a shriek of fury, lashing out with its tendrils. Jackie barely dodged as they ripped through the air where she had stood a moment before. She knew they wouldn't hold out for long. They needed a weapon, something with power. As she desperately scanned the clearing, her eyes fell on the old well at the edge of the campgrounds. A forgotten well, its dark depths shrouded in mystery. Could that be the answer? Suddenly a shout came from one of the cabins. It was Lily, her voice laced with excitement. "Jackie, we found something." Hope surged through Jackie. Maybe, just maybe, this was their chance. She yelled back, instructing them to bring it, and then turned back to the creature, determined to buy them some time. With renewed desperation, she lunged forward, attacking the creature with a ferocity born of fear and a desperate need to protect Maya. She dodged and weaved, the branch deflecting blows but offering little real offense. Moments stretched into an eternity. Each dodge felt like a gamble, each blow a desperate plea. Just as she felt her strength failing, a shout cut through the air. "Jackie, here." Ben emerged from the cabins, not empty-handed. He held aloft a dusty, leather-bound book, its pages filled with strange symbols and arcane script. Relief washed over Jackie. Could this be the key? With a final burst of strength, she pushed the creature back, creating a narrow opening. She grabbed Maya's hand, dragging her towards Ben. "Hold it," Ben shouted, flipping through the book frantically. His voice was strained, his brows furrowed in concentration. Finally, his eyes landed on a specific page. He pointed at a complex diagram of symbols that glowed within faint, otherworldly light. "This is it," he exclaimed. "A banishing ritual." Hope flickered in Jackie's eyes. But before they could act, the creature recovered from its surprise. It lunged forward, a monstrous roar escaping its maw. Ben shoved the book into Jackie's hands. "Read it," he screamed, pushing her and Maya towards the well. Jackie stumbled back, her heart pounding in her chest. The book felt heavy in her hands, the arcane symbols blurring before her eyes. But she knew there was no other option. Taking a deep breath, she began to recite the words from the book, her voice trembling slightly at first, then gaining strength with each syllable. The creature seemed to falter as the words left her lips. The tendrils of darkness writhed and recoiled, as if repelled by the ancient magic. Jackie continued to read, her voice rising in a desperate plea. As she reached the final words, the symbols on the page flared with a blinding light. A wave of energy erupted from the book, engulfing the creature in a blinding white light. The monstrosity shrieked, a sound that seemed to tear at the very fabric of reality. Its tendrils lashed out blindly, tearing at the air before dissolving into wisps of dark smoke. The vortex of light above the lake pulsed violently, then imploded inward with a deafening crack. The air crackled with raw energy, and a shockwave slammed into them, throwing them all to the ground. Jackie coughed, sputtering dirt from her mouth. She sat up, her vision blurry, and looked around. The clearing was bathed in an eerie green glow, emanating from the depths of the well. The creature was gone, vanished without a trace. A shaky gasp escaped her lips. They had done it. They had banished the darkness. But their ordeal was far from over. Maya lay unconscious next to her, her face pale and drawn. Ben lay sprawled a few feet away, his head bleeding from a nasty gash. Lily and Emma emerged from the cabin, their faces etched with relief and terror. Jackie scrambled to her feet, adrenaline still coursing through her veins. "We need to get help," she said, her voice hoarse. "Maya's hurt, and Ben..." Lily nodded, her eyes wide. "We have to call an ambulance." Together, they helped each other to their feet, the weight of the ordeal settling in on their weary bodies. As they checked on Maya and tended to Ben's wound, a horrifying realization dawned on Jackie. The book, the ancient tome that held the key to banishing the creature. As she held it in her trembling hands, she realized the inscription on the cover, "The price of banishment." A shiver ran down her spine. Had they truly banished the darkness, or had they simply contained it within the depths of the well? The inscription offered no answers, only a chilling ambiguity. The ambulance arrived, its sirens cutting through the eerie silence. As they loaded Ben and Maya into the vehicle, Jackie cast one last glance at the well, its green glow pulsating with an unsettling rhythm. They had escaped Camp Grey Lake alive, but the experience had irrevocably changed them. The darkness, they knew, wouldn't be easily forgotten. They were bound together by a shared secret, a chilling encounter with something far more sinister than they could have ever imagined. The winter sun rose over Camp Grey Lake, casting a pale light on the deserted grounds. But beneath the surface, within the cold depths of the well, a malevolent entity stirred, its glowing red eyes burning with a silent rage. The darkness, it seemed, wasn't truly vanquished. It was merely waiting, biding its time for the right moment to rise again.
Whispers in the willows. The iron gates screeched open, protesting their intrusion with a rusty wail that echoed across the overgrown grounds. The Blackwood Manor loomed before them, a Gothic monstrosity monstrosity shrouded in a veil of twilight mist. Its skeletal silhouette, punctuated by vacant eye sockets of broken windows, sent shivers down Maddie's spine. Tessa, the self-proclaimed leader of the group, pushed open the creaking gate with a flourish. "Welcome home, suckers," she announced, her voice echoing eerily in the stillness. Her laughter, a bit too loud in the oppressive atmosphere, did little to mask the underlying nervousness Maddie detected in her eyes. Jackson, Tessa's ever so slightly clingy boyfriend, slung an arm around her shoulder. "Looks like something straight out of a horror movie," he said, trying to sound nonchalant, but Maddie noticed the way his grip tightened on Tessa's arm. John, the resident skeptic, adjusted his thick-rimmed glasses and offered a sardonic smile. "Relax, drama queens. It's just an old house." Tammy, the group's resident artist, remained silent, capturing the scene in a quick sketch on her pad, her dark eyes reflecting a deeper unease than Maddie dared to voice. Maddie, despite a gnawing sense of foreboding, couldn't deny the thrill of the adventure. They were spending a weekend in Blackwood Manor, a notorious local legend. The house stood deserted for decades, its past shrouded in whispers of tragic deaths and unexplained occurrences. Tessa, drawn by the macabre, had secured the weekend lease, promising a thrilling experience. The heavy oak door groaned open, revealing a cavernous interior choked with dust and shadows. Cobwebs hung like macabre tapestries, and the air was thick with a musky odor of dampness and decay. A single, flickering bulb cast an eerie orange glow, barely illuminating the vastness of the entryway. An unsettling creak echoed from the upper floor as they stepped inside. John scoffed, a nervous edge to it. "Probably just settling," he mumbled. Tessa, however, let out a playful shriek. "See, ghosts already welcoming us." They explored the house, flashlight beams carving fleeting paths through the darkness. Rooms stood frozen in time, furniture draped in dust sheets, portraits of stern-faced ancestors staring down from mildewed walls. Each creak of the floorboards, each groan of the old house, amplified their anxiety. In the grand library, a row of leather-bound books lined the walls, their spines whispering forgotten stories. As Maddie ran her fingers across the rough spines, a book suddenly toppled over, landing open on a dusty floor. On the yellowed page, a chilling illustration stared back, a skeletal hand reaching out from the darkness. Maddie's breath hitched. John, looking over her shoulder, chuckled nervously. Probably staged for some tourist trap years ago. But even his voice lacked conviction. As night fell, they gathered in the sparsely furnished living room, a crackling fireplace offering little warmth against the creeping chill. Unease crackled in the air thicker than the smoke from the fire. Tessa, uncharacteristically subdued, suggested a game of truth or dare. The flickering firelight accentuated the shadows cast by their faces, making them appear more like grotesque masks than familiar friends. John, emboldened by a sip of something stronger he'd snuck in, dared Tammy to explore the attic alone. Tammy, never one to back down from a challenge, reluctantly agreed. As her silhouette disappeared up the creaking staircase, a collective silence descended upon the room. The minutes stretched into an eternity. Then a scream, raw and primal, shattered the stillness. A wave of terror washed over them, their blood running cold. John was the first to react, scrambling towards the stairs, the rest close behind. They burst into the attic to find it empty. The single window flapped wildly in the night breeze, and a sense of cold permeated the air, chilling them to the bone. Fear coiled tight in Maddie's stomach. Tammy was gone. Panic clawed at Maddie's throat. Tammy, always fearless, wouldn't just disappear. Her gaze darted around the dusty attic, landing on a ripped piece of fabric snagged on a splintered floorboard by the open window. It was a piece of Tammy's signature floral skirt. She must have fallen out, John muttered, his voice shaky. But the rational explanation did little to quell the knot of dread tightening in Maddie's gut. The window was too small for an adult to fall through. Tessa, her facade of bravado crumbling, sank to the floor, tears welling in her eyes. Jackson, usually the picture of bravado, looked like a scared child, pale and trembling. The search that followed was a nightmare. They scoured the overgrown grounds around the house, flashlights cutting through the darkness, revealing nothing but gnarled branches and rustling leaves that sounded like disembodied whispers. Every rustle, every groan of the house sent shivers down their spines. Exhausted and terrified, they huddled around the dying embers of the fireplace, their faces etched with despair. Sleep was non-existent. Every creak, every groan of the house sent them scrambling, hearts pounding in their chests. The following morning, a thick fog blanketed the grounds, muffling the world in an eerie silence. Fear had settled like a thick fog in their lungs, making it difficult to breathe. John, his skepticism shattered, suggested they call for help. But Tessa, her defiance flickering back, wouldn't hear of it. "We can't leave Tammy behind," she said, her voice hoarse. Jackson surprisingly agreed. "We have to find her." Maddie surprisingly found a sliver of strength amidst the terror. They couldn't give up on Tammy. They had to find their friend, alive, or... The rest of the day was a blur of frantic searching. They ventured into the dense woods behind the house, the gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, the rustling leaves whispering secrets. They checked the abandoned outbuildings, the carriage house, the decrepit shed, finding only cobwebs and dust. As dusk approached, casting long, menacing shadows, they stumbled upon a hidden path, barely visible beneath layers of fallen leaves. A morbid curiosity tugged at Maddie. The path seemed to beckon, leading deeper into the heart of the woods. John, his voice laced with fear, argued against it, but a sense of urgency propelled them forward. Tammy might be out there, hurt and alone. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew colder, and the oppressive silence was broken only by the unsettling snap of twigs under their feet. The path led them to a clearing where a circle of gnarled willow trees stood, their branches drooping like weeping figures. In the center of the circle, a moss-covered well stood like a gaping maw. A primal fear pulsed through Maddie, a sense of unseen eyes watching from the darkness. Then, a faint moan, almost inaudible over the rustle of leaves, reached their ears. It came from the well. Maddie's breath hitched. Tammy. Ignoring John's pleas, Maddie rushed towards the well. John and Jackson followed hesitantly. Peering down the dark shaft, Maddie saw a faint gleam in the depths. With a shaking hand, she aimed her flashlight down the well. The sight that greeted her sent a scream ripping through the clearing. Tammy wasn't alone. A skeletal figure, its bony fingers clutching Tammy's limp form, clawed its way out of the darkness. John and Jackson recoiled in horror, but Maddie remained frozen, the scream dying in her throat. The figure, bathed in an unearthly green glow, its empty socket seeming to bore into Maddie's soul, emerged from the well, dragging Tammy's lifeless body with it. Before John and Jackson could react, the figure turned towards them, a ghastly grin revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. Maddie's vision swam as a blood-curdling shriek tore from the figure's throat. Panic seized them. John and Jackson bolted, crashing through the undergrowth like frightened deer. Maddie, frozen to the spot, could only watch in numb horror as the figure turned its attention back to Tammy's body. A primal instinct kicked in. She couldn't just stand there. With a desperate cry, she grabbed a heavy rock lying nearby and hurled it at the figure. The rock struck the creature's bony shoulder, eliciting a shriek of fury. It turned its malevolent gaze towards Maddie, its eyes burning with an unholy hunger. But before it could lunge towards her, a blinding light engulfed them. The clearing erupted in a cacophony of sound, the air crackling with energy. Maddie squeezed her eyes shut, shielding her face from the light. When she finally opened them, the clearing was empty. Disoriented and trembling, Maddie stumbled towards where the well had been. All that remained was a gaping hole in the ground, the earth around it scorched black. John and Jackson were nowhere to be seen. Had they escaped? Had the thing taken them? Tears streamed down Maddie's face, a mixture of grief for Tammy and the chilling fear of being utterly alone. The late afternoon sun dipped lower, casting long, ominous shadows. The clearing, once eerily silent, now echoed with the unsettling chirping of unseen creatures. Maddie knew she had to get out of there. But which direction? Panic threatened to consume her, but a flicker of defiance sparked within. She wouldn't give up. Tammy wouldn't want her to. Taking a deep breath, Maddie retraced their steps, relying on half-forgotten glimpses of the way they came. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent her heart leaping into her throat, but she pressed on. As darkness descended, the forest transformed into a labyrinth of menacing shadows. Exhausted and shivering, Maddie stumbled upon a narrow stream, its gurgling water a welcome sound in the oppressive silence. It had to lead somewhere. Following the stream, Maddie emerged from the woods onto a dirt road bathed in the pale moonlight. Relief flooded her. She had stumbled back to civilization. A farmhouse sat a short distance away. Hope surged through her. Help. She could finally get help. As she approached the farmhouse, a hound began barking ferociously. A tall figure emerged from the porch, a silhouette against the moonlight. Fear momentarily gripped Maddie, but the desperate need for help outweighed it. "Please," she gasped, her voice hoarse. "I need help. My friends. There was a house. Something happened." The figure, a woman with a kind face and eyes filled with concern, ushered Maddie inside. Warmth and the scent of baking bread enveloped her as she slumped onto a chair, tears flowing freely. As she recounted the horrifying events of the weekend, the woman, introducing herself as Sarah, listened patiently. Though Sarah offered a pot of tea and a sympathetic ear, there was a hint of skepticism in her gaze. "Blackwood Manor," she said, the name rolling off her tongue with a sigh. "That place has always been bad news. They say a dark spirit resides there, feeding on the souls of the unwary." Maddie clung to this explanation, a sliver of hope amidst the terror. Maybe it wasn't a monster, but something spectral, something Sarah might know a way to deal with. Sarah brewed a strange concoction of herbs and muttered words under her breath. "This won't bring your friends back," she said, her voice grave, "but it might offer protection if you ever encounter such entities again." The next day, the police arrived at Sarah's farmhouse, alerted by Sarah's call. They searched the grounds around Blackwood Manor but found nothing, no trace of Tammy, John, or Jackson. The house itself, declared structurally unsound, was condemned and boarded up. Maddie returned to a world that felt alien, haunted by the memories of the weekend. She clung to the memory of Tammy's laughter and John's sarcastic wit. Jackson's panicked face flashed in her nightmares. Weeks turned into months, and the raw terror began to dull into a gnawing ache. Yet, the whispers in the willows remained, a constant reminder of the darkness and the loss. One starlit night, unable to sleep, Maddie found herself drawn to the edge of the woods where the path to the clearing began. A strange compulsion urged her forward. Against her better judgment, she stepped onto the path. The deeper she ventured, the colder the air grew, the silence more oppressive. Reaching the clearing, Maddie found the well gone, replaced by a smooth patch of earth. But she could still sense it, a presence, a malevolent energy lingering beneath the surface. Taking Sarah's charm from her pocket, she closed her eyes and whispered a silent prayer. A wave of warmth washed over her, dispelling the darkness. When she opened her eyes, the clearing seemed less menacing, bathed in the soft glow of the moon. Maddie knew they wouldn't return, but as she turned to leave, a lone willow branch swayed in the gentle breeze, whispering a message only she could hear. Remember. Maddie walked away, the whispers fading behind her. She was the only survivor, forever marked by the darkness she had glimpsed. But she carried within her the memory of her friends, a testament to the enduring power of love and friendship, even in the face of the most horrific evil. The years crawled by, each one a slow, steady process of piecing Maddie back together. Though the nightmare subsided, the memory of Blackwood Manor clung to her like a shroud. She moved on with her life, finding solace in art, channeling the trauma into haunting landscapes and portraits that resonated with a raw, primal fear. One rainy afternoon, while unpacking boxes in her new apartment, Maddie stumbled upon a forgotten sketch pad. The faded drawings from Blackwood Manor had remained untouched, a time capsule of terror. As she flipped through the pages, a single new sketch fell out, one she didn't remember creating. It depicted a scene from above, a bird's eye view of the Blackwood Manor clearing. But something was different. Inscribed on the ground where the well once stood was a symbol, a swirling vortex encircled by a web of barbed wire. Recognition slammed into Maddie like a physical blow. It was the symbol Sarah had drawn in the protective charm. A rush of adrenaline surged through her. Sarah's words echoed in her mind. This won't bring your friends back, but it might offer protection if you ever encounter such entities again. Was this a message? A clue left behind by the very entity that had taken her friends? The next day, news reports flooded the city. Blackwood Manor, despite being condemned, had mysteriously burned down overnight. The fire, deemed arson, had left nothing but a smoldering shell. But a single, chilling detail sent shivers down Maddie's spine. The fire investigator reported finding a strange symbol etched into the scorched earth at the center of the building, a swirling vortex encircled by barbed wire. Sleep deserted Maddie that night. Was this the end? Was the entity free? Days turned into weeks, the silence deafening. Then, on a seemingly ordinary Tuesday morning, a package arrived on Maddie's doorstep. Inside was a weathered leather-bound book, its pages filled with cryptic symbols and faded ink. A single note lay loose, the words scrawled in a familiar hand. Tammy. Maddie, it read. Help us. We're trapped. The book, was a forgotten grimoire, detailing forbidden rituals and entities beyond human comprehension. One passage, highlighted in faded red, jumped out at Maddie, a binding ritual, powerful enough to trap a malevolent spirit, but requiring a blood sacrifice. Maddie's stomach lurched. Was this a trap? Was Tammy even alive? But the desperation in the note, the raw fear echoing from the pages, left her with no choice. She would fight. The ritual was complex, demanding focus and unwavering will. As she chanted the ancient words, the room resonated with an unseen power. The walls seemed to sweat, the air crackled with energy. Then, a chilling moan echoed from the depths of the apartment, a sound that sent shivers down her spine. A shadowy figure materialized in the center of the room, its skeletal form pulsating with an unnatural green light. Tammy's voice, distorted and weak, emanated from the figure. "Maddie, help us." Tears welled up in Maddie's eyes. Ignoring the terror that threatened to consume her, she channeled Sarah's teachings, focusing her will on the symbol inscribed in the book. With a final, desperate cry, she completed the ritual. The room erupted in a blinding flash. The figure shrieked, a sound of pure primal rage, as it was yanked back into the open book, trapped within the symbol. The book slammed shut, its cover glowing a malevolent red. Maddie collapsed to the floor, drained, but with a flicker of hope. Crawling towards the book, she clutched it tightly. Tammy's voice, faint but clear, whispered, "Thank you, Maddie." The battle wasn't over. Maddie knew the entity wouldn't give up easily. But for the first time since Blackwood Manor, she didn't feel alone. She had Tammy's voice guiding her, fueling her determination. As the first rays of dawn painted the sky, Maddie made a silent vow. She would warn others of the lurking darkness. She would become a guardian, standing vigil against the whispers in the willows, a testament to the enduring power of love, friendship, and the unyielding will to survive. Whispers through the weeping willows. The moving truck rumbled past the wrought iron gates, depositing the Miller family onto the overgrown gravel driveway of Blackwood Manor. Sarah, standing on the porch with her two children, 10-year-old Lily and 8-year-old Michael, watched the dust billow behind the departing vehicle. A shiver ran down her spine, not from the cool autumn breeze, but from the oppressive presence of the house itself. Blackwood Manor loomed before them, a Gothic monstrosity with chipped gargoyles leering from the roofline, and ivy snaking its way up the crumbling brick walls. The windows, boarded up and dusty, resembled vacant eyes staring out at the world. Even in the golden glow of the late afternoon sun, the house radiated an air of decay and neglect. "It's different from the pictures," Michael muttered, his voice barely a whisper. Sarah forced a smile. "Well, that's the beauty of old houses, Michael. They have a history. A history that sent chills down her own spine. A history she'd chosen to ignore in her desperation for a fresh start." John, her husband, emerged from the back of the truck, his usual boisterous enthusiasm muted. The house had a profound effect on him too, she realized with a pang. He clapped Michael on the shoulder with a feigned cheer. "All right, troops, let's conquer this dusty old relic." The interior echoed the grim exterior. Dust motes danced in the shafts of sunlight that slanted through the cracks in the boarded-up windows. Cobwebs draped the high ceilings like macabre tapestries, and the air hung heavy with the smell of damp earth and forgotten memories. As they explored the cavernous rooms, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't alone. Unexplained chills crawled up her spine. The floorboards creaked under non-existent weight. and shadows seemed to writhe and dance at the edges of her vision. That night, after a supper of lukewarm sandwiches eaten in the dimly lit kitchen, the children confessed to seeing strange things. Lily spoke of a tall, shadowy figure glimpsed at the end of the hallway, while Michael insisted he'd seen a pale face staring at him from a boarded-up window. Sarah dismissed their claims, attributing it to their overactive imaginations, but their wide, fear-filled eyes belied easy dismissal. John, ever the pragmatist, suggested they board up the gaping hole in the roof that was likely letting in drafts of chilly autumn air. But as the nights progressed, the occurrences escalated. Doors slammed shut on their own, disembodied whispers echoed through the halls, and cold spots spread through the rooms faster than a fire could be lit. Sleep became a luxury they could no longer afford. Sarah sat huddled with the children, their faces pale in the flickering candlelight, listening to the symphony of unsettling sounds that emanated from the house. Was it just an old house settling, or something more sinister? One particularly stormy night, the wind howled like a banshee around the house. Sarah was jolted awake by a blood-curdling scream. Rushing into Michael's room, she found him whimpering under his covers, pointing at the window. "There!" he shrieked, his voice laced with terror. Sarah's heart hammered against her ribs. At the window, a ghostly figure pressed its face against the glass, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Then, with a wail that shattered the night, it vanished. John rushed in, his face ashen. "What was it?" he whispered, his voice hoarse with fear. Sarah shook her head, unable to speak. Their cheerful escape from the city life had turned into a living nightmare. The next morning, John didn't come down for breakfast. Sarah found him in the attic, staring at a dusty portrait. It depicted a handsome man with piercing blue eyes, an uncanny resemblance to John himself. In the corner, faded script identified him as Samuel Blackwood, the house's original owner. A tremor of unease snaked through Sarah. Was there a connection? Before John could speak, a floorboard creaked behind them. They spun around, hearts pounding, but the room was empty except for the swirling dust motes in the shafts of sunlight filtering through the cracks in the boarded-up window. Days blurred into a haze of terror. Shadows danced on the walls, whispers followed them through empty corridors, and the house itself seemed to pulsate with a malevolent energy. The children, pale and gaunt, barely slept, their eyes filled with haunted shadows. One evening, as the storm raged outside, John's behavior took a disturbing turn. His gaze became distant, his speech slow and slurred. When Sarah touched his hand, it felt icy cold. "Sarah," he said, his voice hollow, I can't leave." His words echoed in the dimly lit room, heavy with a chilling finality. Sarah's blood turned to ice. John's eyes, once filled with warmth and love, now held a vacant emptiness. "John, what are you talking about?" she forced out, her voice trembling. He didn't answer, his gaze drifting toward the dusty portrait in the corner. Sarah followed his line of sight and gasped. The eyes in the portrait, a perfect mirror of John's own, now burned with an unnatural light. A strangled cry escaped her lips as John's form flickered, becoming transparent at the edges. He reached out a hand, but it passed through hers, leaving behind a faint wisp of icy cold. "Help me," he whispered, a desperate plea emanating from the very fabric of the house. Tears streamed down Sarah's face. John was trapped, somehow tethered to the house by an unseen force. Panic clawed at her throat. She had to get her children out of there, away from this malevolent entity that had claimed their father. But the house pulsed around them, a suffocating presence that seemed to resist their escape. days turned into a blur of frantic attempts and growing despair. Doors locked from the inside, windows inexplicably nailed shut, and the spectral figure of John continued to appear, his pleas growing fainter with each encounter. One night, Lily, her voice barely a whisper, revealed a horrifying discovery. While hiding in the attic, she'd found a hidden compartment containing a leather-bound book titled Blackwood Chronicles. Its brittle pages spoke of a dark ritual performed by Samuel Blackwood, a desperate attempt to achieve immortality by binding his soul to the house. A sliver of hope sparked within Sarah. If such a ritual existed, then maybe a reversal could be found. With trembling hands, she scoured the book, her heart sinking with each page that offered no solution. Then, on a page yellowed with age, a faint inscription caught her eye. An incantation, scrawled in a messy hand, promised the release of a bound soul, but warned of dire consequences if the ritual failed. There was no time to weigh the risks. Armed with a hastily memorized chant and a heart full of desperate hope, Sarah gathered her remaining strength. She would perform the ritual, hoping to sever the connection between John and the house. The ritual chamber was the attic, the air thick with dust and the lingering scent of decay. Candlelight flickered on the dusty portrait, its eyes seeming to follow her every move. With trembling hands, she set the book down and began to chant, her voice rising above the creaking of the house. A cold wind swept through the attic, the shadows twisting and contorting around her. The air crackled with a malevolent energy, threatening to engulf her. Suddenly, a monstrous figure materialized from the darkness. Samuel Blackwood, his decaying form pulsating with an unnatural light. A scream tore from Sarah's throat, but she steeled her resolve. The ritual had to be completed. Her voice hitched, but she continued the chant, pushing back against the overwhelming pressure of the entity's presence. The room erupted in a blinding flash. The entity shrieked in fury, the sound echoing through the house. When the light faded, Samuel Blackwood was gone, replaced by a faint, shimmering light emanating from the portrait. It pulsed with an otherworldly glow, then slowly faded away. Exhausted but elated, Sarah rushed to where John once stood. There was nothing. Had she succeeded? Relief washed over her, so potent it threatened to drown her in its wake. Then, a cold hand gripped her shoulder. She spun around, her heart hammering against her ribs. But there was nothing, just the silence of the house, a chilling hush that spoke of victory, but also of terrible loss. Sarah wept, her tears falling for her husband, lost to the darkness of Blackwood Manor. But amidst the grief, a flicker of fierce determination remained. She had to get her children out of there, away from the whispers that clung to the walls and the shadows that danced with secrets. With trembling hands, she gathered Lily and Michael, their faces etched with terror and confusion. They fled the house, the iron gates clanging shut behind them like a final, chilling note. Blackwood Manor stood alone, a silent monument to the darkness that resided within its walls. They rebuilt their lives, the scars of their horrific experience etched deep within them. Sarah never spoke of John, the loss too raw, the memory too painful. But a part of her knew he wasn't truly gone. He was forever bound to the house, a chilling reminder of the price they had paid for a fresh start. Years later, Lily, now a young woman, felt an inexplicable pull towards Blackwood Manor. Lily dreamt of dust-streaked windows, whispering hallways, and the chilling touch of a hand that wasn't quite hers. The pull towards Blackwood Manor intensified, manifesting as an ache in her chest that wouldn't subside. She shared her dreams with Michael, now a stoic young man haunted by childhood memories. "Don't go back, Lily," Michael pleaded, his voice laced with a fear he couldn't mask. "That place took Dad." But the feeling of incompleteness, the nagging sense that something remained unresolved, propelled Lily forward. Ignoring Michael's pleas, she gathered her courage and rented a room in a small town bordering Blackwood Manor's overgrown grounds. The house loomed larger than in her memory, its Gothic facade even more menacing under a leaden sky. The windows, once boarded up, were now vacant eyes staring out at the desolate landscape. As Lily approached the rusted gates, a flock of crows erupted from the gnarled branches of the weeping willows that lined the driveway, their caws echoing ominously. Pushing open the gate, she stepped onto the overgrown gravel driveway. The air hung heavy with the same oppressive silence she remembered from her childhood. Ignoring the prickles of unease on her skin, she walked towards the house, anticipation twisting with dread in her gut. The front door creaked open with a ghostly groan, as if welcoming her back. Hesitantly, Lily stepped inside. Dust motes danced in the shafts of sunlight filtering through the grime-coated windows. The air was thick with the smell of decay and forgotten memories, triggering a potent wave of nausea. Everything looked the same. The echoing hallway, the chipped staircase, the dusty portraits lining the walls. But a subtle difference hung in the air, a feeling of emptiness. The malevolent energy that had once pulsed within the house was gone. Lily explored the house, a morbid curiosity guiding her steps. The rooms remained untouched, frozen in time. In the attic, however, she found a change. The portrait of Samuel Blackwood was gone, replaced by a blank space on the wall. A cold wind swept through the attic, sending shivers down her spine. A voice, barely a whisper, echoed in her ear. "Help me, Lily." Lily's heart pounded in her chest. The voice, though faint, sounded eerily familiar. It couldn't be, could it? She remembered the spectral John, his pleas for release. But the ritual had been complete, hadn't it? As if drawn by an unseen force, Lily found herself back in John's old study. A hidden compartment behind the bookshelf, previously unnoticed, revealed a weathered journal. Its brittle pages spoke of John's final days, his growing desperation as his spirit became tethered to the house. The last entry sent a jolt of terror through her. John had mentioned an incomplete ritual, a desperate act of defiance against the dark magic that bound him. He wrote of hiding a fragment of his soul within the house, hoping it would one day be found, a beacon for someone who could complete the release. Tears welled up in Lily's eyes. John wasn't entirely gone. A part of him remained, trapped within the house, waiting for her. She knew what she had to do. She spent the next week scouring the dusty manor, deciphering John's cryptic notes hidden within the worn journal. The ritual was complex, demanding dedication and courage. But Lily, fueled by a fierce love and a determination to right her mother's sacrifice, persevered. Under the pale glow of the full moon, Lily stood in the center of the attic, chanting the ancient words echoing from the pages of the journal. The air crackled with unseen energy, the dust swirling around her like spectral figures. A blinding light erupted, engulfing the attic. When it faded, a transparent figure materialized before her. John, his form weak and translucent, yet undeniably him. Relief and sorrow warred within Lily as she reached out to him. "Lily," he whispered, his voice filled with gratitude. "You came." Tears streamed down her face as she embraced his spectral form. The house, once a malevolent entity, remained silent, the darkness seemingly vanquished. With a final soft glow, John's form dispersed, leaving behind a feeling of peace that settled over the house, a final goodbye. Lily knew he wasn't truly gone, but a part of him had found release, reunited with the light. Leaving Blackwood Manor behind, Lily walked away with a newfound resolve. The house had taken a part of her family, but it had also awakened a strength she never knew she possessed. She would carry the memory of her father and the lessons learned within the walls of the chilling manor, forever vigilant against the whispers in the willows. The darkness might lurk in the shadows, but she, now a guardian, would stand ready to face it. The endless road. The GPS chirped insistently, a robotic voice urging them onward. Monica gripped the worn leather steering wheel, her knuckles white. The asphalt ribbon stretched ahead, a vanishing line into the thickening twilight. Behind them, the city lights twinkled like distant fireflies, a fading memory of civilization. James, nestled beside her, hummed along to a forgotten tune on the radio, oblivious to the growing unease that gnawed at Monica. Their honeymoon destination, a secluded cabin nestled deep in the heart of Blackwood Forest, had seemed idyllic in the glossy brochure. Now, as the last vestiges of sunlight bled from the sky, the looming silhouette of the forest evoked a different feeling entirely, a sense of foreboding isolation. It hadn't started this way. The drive had begun with promise, punctuated by playful banter and stolen kisses. They had stopped for lunch at a roadside diner, the kind with mismatched furniture and peeling linoleum that held a strange charm. But even there, an unsettling encounter had cast a shadow over their journey. A grizzled truck driver, his face etched with a network of wrinkles as deep as the forest itself, had scrutinized them with opaque eyes as they ordered their greasy burgers. He spoke in a low growl, his voice full of gravelly warnings. "Blackwood Forest," he'd rasped, "ain't the place for city slickers. Some roads best left untraveled." Monica had dismissed it as colorful local lore, but a seed of doubt had been planted. As the miles ticked by, the landscape transformed. Rolling hills morphed into dense woods, the sun filtering through a thick canopy of leaves, casting the road in an unsettling gloom. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. The GPS voice switched from its monotonous directions to a chilling statement. Recalculating route, ETA unknown. A knot of worry tightened in Monica's stomach. Had they taken a wrong turn? The map, an outdated relic pulled from a dusty drawer, offered scant comfort. The first sighting came shortly after sunset. In the distance, a shadowy figure emerged from the trees at the edge of the road, a tall, gaunt silhouette that stood motionless for an unnerving span of time before melting back into the darkness. James, catching a glimpse, brushed it off as a trick of the light. But the unease deepened with each passing hour, the road narrowed, transforming from asphalt to a dusty gravel path that snaked through the dense foliage. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the rhythmic crunch of tires and the mournful hooting of an owl. As darkness claimed the forest, the shadows seemed to writhe and contort, taking on menacing shapes that flitted at the periphery of their vision. Eerie whispers echoed through the trees, voices that seemed to speak in an unknown tongue. Monica swore she could hear her name being called, faint and dissonant, carried on the night breeze. James, finally sensing her mounting fear, reached for his hand. "Just our nerves, honey," he offered, his voice strained. "It's late, and this place is different." They stopped at a dilapidated gas station, a skeletal structure with peeling paint and boarded-up windows. A lone, flickering neon sign sputtered with the words, "Welcome, travelers," a hollow promise in the oppressive darkness. Desperate for a sense of normalcy, they stepped inside. Dust motes danced in the air, illuminated by the flickering light of a single hanging bulb. The air hung thick with the smell of stale gasoline and forgotten dreams. Behind the counter, an old woman with cloudy eyes and a face like wrinkled parchment watched them with an unsettling intensity. Her voice, when she spoke, was a rasping whisper. "Lost, are you?" she croaked, her words punctuated by a hacking cough. Monica felt a shiver crawl down her spine. "We're looking for a cabin," she stammered. "Blackwood Lake, near the old logging road." The woman's eyes narrowed. "Blackwood Lake," she echoed, her voice laced with something akin to fear. "Turn back, young ones. That place is cursed. No good comes from venturing there." Monica felt a renewed wave of dread, but turning back was impossible. They were hopelessly lost, their GPS a useless chunk of plastic in a place where cell service died a painful death miles back. With a final, chilling glance, the woman turned away, muttering under her breath in a language that sounded older than time itself. Clutching a grimy, outdated map she'd bartered for a tank of gas, Monica climbed back into the car, a heavy sense of foreboding clinging to them like a shroud. The road continued its descent into darkness. The whispers grew more insistent, the shadows more menacing. They saw things in the periphery of their vision, glimpses of movement that vanished before they could be identified. Each creak of the car, each rustle of leaves in the wind, sent shivers down Monica's spine. Suddenly, their headlights illuminated a figure standing in the middle of the road, shrouded in shadow. James slammed on the brakes, the car skidding on the loose gravel before coming to a shuddering halt. The figure remained motionless, an unnatural stillness that caused Monica's breath to hitch in her throat. As they sat there, hearts pounding against their ribs, the figure slowly raised its head. In the pale moonlight filtering through the trees, they could just make out the outline of a face, gaunt, with hollow eyes that seemed to glow with an unnatural light. A scream tore from Monica's throat. James, his voice tight with fear, fumbled for the flashlight they'd kept within reach. He flicked it on, the beam slicing through the darkness. But as it fell upon the figure, the image it revealed was even more terrifying. The figure was a man, or something that resembled a man, emaciated with tattered clothes hanging loosely on its skeletal frame. His skin was stretched taut over his bones, and his eyes, devoid of pupils, glinted with a cold, malevolent light. Before they could react, the figure let out a guttural shriek that echoed through the forest. It lunged towards the car, its skeletal fingers splayed wide, aiming for the windshield. James slammed the gas pedal, the car jolting forward forward as they swerved around the figure. They heard a sickening thud as it collided with the car's side, but in their rearview mirror, all they saw was a cloud of dust settling back onto the road. Monica, tears streaming down her face, could barely breathe. Was it a man? A ghost? Had it been real at all? James, his face pale and drawn, pulled over onto the narrow shoulder. "We can't stay here," he said, his voice trembling. "We need to find shelter." Monica looked around, her gaze sweeping over the dense darkness that hemmed them in. Every shadow seemed to conceal a lurking horror, every sound a harbinger of doom. But with the memory of the skeletal figure fresh in their minds, venturing back seemed equally terrifying. Suddenly, a flicker of light caught her eye. Through the trees, a faint glow emanated in the distance. It was their only hope, however slim. James, with a resigned nod, put the car in gear and steered them towards the light. As they approached, the source became clear. A ramshackle cabin nestled at the edge of a clearing. Its windows glowed with a warm, inviting light, offering a beacon of hope in the oppressive darkness. Relief flooded through Monica, momentarily washing away the terror of the past encounter. They pulled up in front of the cabin, and James, with a deep breath, stepped out of the car. A woman stood on the porch, her silhouette outlined against the warm light emanating from within. She was tall and gaunt, with long, stringy hair and eyes that seemed to pierce the darkness. "Lost, are you?" she rasped, her voice eerily similar to the woman at the gas station. Monica exchanged a nervous glance with James. This place, this woman, it all felt wrong. But they had nowhere else to go. "We're looking for Blackwood Lake," Monica stammered, her voice barely a whisper. The woman's smile, when it materialized, was cold and unsettling. "Blackwood Lake," she echoed, her voice laced with something that sounded suspiciously like amusement. "You've come to the right place, children. Step inside. You look like you could use some warmth." Hesitantly, Monica and James climbed out of the car. The cabin door creaked open, inviting them into the unknown. As they stepped inside, the darkness of the forest closed in behind them, and the faint glow of their headlights seemed a world away. The warmth that had beckoned them from outside was deceptive. The air inside the cabin was stale and heavy, thick with the scent of wood smoke and something indefinable that chilled Monica to the bone. A single oil lamp cast an flickering glow on the dusty interior, revealing a ramshackle room with peeling wallpaper and mismatched furniture. The woman who had greeted them stood by a crackling fireplace, her face illuminated by the dancing flames. Her features, previously obscured by the darkness, were even more unnerving in the close-up. Deep lines etched themselves across her leathery skin, and her eyes, a piercing blue, seemed to hold an ancient wisdom, and perhaps something less benevolent. "This is," James began, his voice trailing off as he took in his surroundings. The woman shushed him with a gesture, her smile widening. "A haven for weary travelers," she rasped, her voice like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "Come, sit." She gestured towards a worn armchair by the fireplace. Monica hesitated, her instincts screaming at her to run. But exhaustion warred with fear, and the promise of warmth after hours spent battling the terrors of the road was enticing. They sank into the creaky armchair, their eyes darting around the room. On the mantelpiece, a collection of dusty figurines caught Monica's eye. Carved from an unfamiliar dark wood, they depicted twisted, grotesque creatures unlike anything she'd ever seen. A cold sweat prickled her skin, a feeling that intensified as her gaze fell upon a collection of animal skulls arranged on a nearby shelf. The woman watched them with amusement. "You've heard the stories, haven't you?" she asked, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "About Blackwood Forest and the things that lurk in its shadows." Monica and James exchanged a panicked look. They hadn't dared speak of the encounter with the skeletal figure or the unsettling whispers that had haunted them throughout their journey. "Don't worry," the woman chuckled, a sound devoid of humor. "They won't bother you here, not tonight." Her words offered little comfort, their double meaning hanging heavy in the air. A sudden creak from upstairs sent shivers down Monica's spine. The cabin, she realized, was larger than it first appeared, and it seemed strangely silent, devoid of any sign of life other than the three of them. "I have some stew simmering on the stove," the woman announced, a hint of a predatory glint in her eyes. "You must be famished." James opened his mouth to protest, but the growl of his stomach betrayed him. They hadn't eaten since the diner hours ago, and the prospect of a hot meal was undeniably appealing. The woman disappeared into the kitchen, returning shortly with 2 steaming bowls. The smell, while not unpleasant, was unfamiliar, earthy, and slightly acrid. Monica fought back a wave of nausea. "Eat," the woman urged, her smile widening. "A full belly makes for a peaceful night's sleep." They took tentative bites. The stew was surprisingly warm and savory, but a metallic tang lingered on the back of Monica's tongue. A strange lethargy washed over her eyelids growing heavy. James, beside her, seemed to be fighting the same struggle. "What is this?" he mumbled, slurring his words. The woman tilted her head, her smile widening into a grotesque grin. "Just a little something to help you sleep through the night," she purred. "Blackwood Forest can be a very noisy place after dark." Panic surged through Monica. This stew, whatever it was drugged. They were trapped, miles from civilization, at the mercy of this unsettling woman. But drowsiness was a relentless tide. Monica's vision blurred, and she slumped forward, her head heavy against James's shoulder. As the darkness claimed her, she caught a glimpse of the woman's face, twisted with a manic glee, and heard a chilling whisper. "Welcome to your true honeymoon destination, dears. Blackwood Forest awaits." Monica awoke with a gasp, her heart pounding against her ribs. She found herself lying on a threadbare rug in front of the fireplace, her head throbbing. James was nowhere to be seen. Panic clawed at her throat. She scrambled to her feet, her vision swimming. The cabin was in semi-darkness, the only light filtering from a single flickering candle on the mantelpiece. The woman was gone. In her place, a single note lay atop the dusty coffee table. Unfurling it with trembling hands, Monica read the spidery handwriting etched in black ink. "The ritual begins at midnight. Find your way to Blackwood Lake, and your husband's fate will be decided." The note crumpled in her hand, her blood turning to ice. This wasn't a mere honeymoon gone wrong. It was a twisted game, and James was the pawn. Panic propelled Monica toward the door, but it creaked shut as if of its own accord. She rattled the handle, her heart hammering against her ribs, but it wouldn't budge. Trapped. Tears streamed down her face, blurring her vision. She spotted a small barred window high up on the wall. It was a desperate chance, but there was nothing else to be done. Mustering every ounce of strength, she clambered onto a rickety chair and strained against the rusted bars. With a shriek of metal bending, she managed to squeeze through, tumbling onto the soft earth outside. The air was crisp and biting, a stark contrast to the stifling cabin. The forest loomed around her, a dense wall of darkness punctuated by the eerie glow of two moons hanging low in the sky. Fear gnawed at her, but so did a fierce determination to save James. Following the woman's cryptic message, Monica stumbled through the undergrowth, guided by the faint reflection of moonlight on water. Thorns tore at her clothes, and unseen creatures rustled in the darkness, but she pressed on, fueled by a mother bear's ferocity. Finally, the trees gave way to a clearing bathed in an unnatural bluish light. A large lake, still as black glass, shimmered in the center. In the distance, a shadowy figure stood chanting, its voice a guttural rasp that reverberated through the trees. James. He was bound to a rough-hewn altar, his face contorted in fear. The woman, adorned in ritualistic garb etched with arcane symbols, circled him with a wicked grin. The air crackled with a malevolent energy, and Monica knew she had precious little time. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind, fueled by desperation and the stories of her grandmother, a woman steeped in forgotten lore. The whispers they had heard, the strange encounters, it all pointed towards an ancient evil plaguing the forest. Monica remembered her grandmother's words. Fire and iron were said to ward off such entities. She scanned the clearing, her eyes falling on a discarded metal bucket by a long-extinct campfire. Relief flooded her. Ripping a piece of fabric from her dress, she fashioned a makeshift torch and stumbled towards the cabin, praying it hadn't burned down in her absence. Thankfully, a few embers still glowed in the fireplace. With shaking hands, she fanned them back to life and lit the torch, a beacon in the darkness. By the time she returned, the chanting had reached a fever pitch. The woman, eyes bloodshot and glazed over, raised a dagger glinting in the moonlight. Just as it started its descent towards James, Monica burst into the clearing, brandishing her flaming torch. The woman shrieked, a sound that ripped through the silence. The unnatural light emanating from the lake flickered and died, replaced by the stark glow of the two moons. In its absence, the woman seemed to shrink, her power waning. "Fire!" Monica yelled, her voice strained but resolute. "Back away from him." The woman hesitated, fear flickering in her eyes for the first time. With a final roar, she turned and fled back towards the forest, dissolving into the shadows. The air grew lighter, the oppressive energy lifting. Monica rushed to James, untying his bonds. Relief and exhaustion warred within her as she held him close. They stumbled back through the forest, guided by the fading moonlight. Dawn broke as they emerged onto the dirt road, the first sliver of sunlight painting the horizon with streaks of gold. It was a sight that had never seemed more beautiful. Their ordeal had changed them forever. The idyllic honeymoon had become a fight for survival, leaving scars deeper than just scratches on their skin. However, they had faced those horrors together, emerging stronger. Their love a flame that had not been extinguished by the darkness of Blackwood Forest. They flagged down a passing truck, the driver's shocked stare a stark contrast to the nightmarish visions etched in their minds. Back in the city, away from the whispering trees and unseen shadows, they began to rebuild their lives. But the memory of that night, of the ritual, and the woman with eyes that held an ancient evil, would forever serve as a chilling reminder of the night they faced the terror of the endless road. Wrong turn at Deadfall. The beat-up Subaru sputtered and coughed as it climbed the winding road, the engine laboring against the relentless incline. Inside, 4 friends, bound for a weekend of camping in the legendary Blue Neck Woods, bickered good-naturedly over the questionable GPS directions. Mary, the self-proclaimed navigator, squinted at her phone, its screen a faint blue glow in the encroaching twilight. "Says Blue Neck turn off in 2 miles, she announced, her voice laced with a hint of unease. 2 miles, groaned Travis, the group's resident joker from the passenger seat. Feels more like 2 centuries in this rust bucket. He gestured out the window at the thickening forest, an endless wall of emerald green that seemed to swallow the last remnants of daylight. The air hung heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth, a stark contrast to the exhaust fumes that usually clung to them in the city. Kelly, perched in the back with Jamie, chimed in with a nervous laugh. "Maybe we should have taken the interstate. I read online that Blue Neck Woods can get a little spooky off the beaten path." Jamie, the more adventurous of the group, scoffed. "That's the point, Kel. A little spooky is what we came for, right? Besides, Mary swears by this app." Mary, ever the pragmatist, shot them a reassuring smile. "Relax, guys. It's just a camping trip. Fresh air, ghost stories, maybe even a bear sighting if we're lucky." But even as the words left her lips, a prickle of unease ran down her spine. The phone's map showed their route as a dotted blue line, swallowed by a vast expanse of uncharted green. It was as if the very forest itself resisted being mapped, a thought that sent a shiver through the previously jovial atmosphere. The unease deepened as they rounded a bend and encountered the first sign of trouble. A lone figure, hunched over and shrouded in a tattered black coat, stood in the middle of the road, its back turned to them. As they got closer, the figure remained motionless, an unsettling stillness that made Mary slam on the brakes. The car skidded to a halt just inches from the figure, the headlights illuminating a tattered straw hat that masked the face. The silence stretched, broken only by the rasping of the engine cooling down. "Hello," Mary called out, her voice wavering. "You okay there?" The figure remained motionless for a beat, then slowly turned. In the harsh glare of the headlights, they saw a face etched with deep wrinkles, the skin a papery white in the fading light. 2 empty sockets stared back at them, dark pits where eyes should have been. A scream tore from Kelly's throat, echoing through the silent forest. The figure, as if startled, shuffled off the road and disappeared into the undergrowth with an unnatural swiftness. Mary, her heart pounding against her ribs, fumbled for her phone. The screen was dead, the battery icon a stark reminder of their dwindling connection to the outside world. "What the—" Travis began, his voice laced with a mixture of fear and disbelief. "Just keep driving," Jamie said, his voice surprisingly calm. "We can't stay here." Mary, still shaken, put the car in gear and cautiously continued along the road. They didn't speak for the next few minutes, the encounter with the blind man hanging heavy in the air. Each rustle of leaves, each creak of the car seemed to take on a sinister tone. Then, as dusk settled into a full-blown night, they saw them, figures flitting at the edge of the road, just beyond the reach of the headlights. Tall, gaunt figures with ragged clothes that seemed to blend into the darkness. They appeared and disappeared in a blink, leaving a trail of unease in their wake. "Are those people?" Kelly whispered, her voice barely audible. Mary gripped the steering wheel tighter, her knuckles white. "I don't know," she muttered, her voice strained. "Don't look at them." But the figures kept appearing, their presence a constant reminder of their isolation and vulnerability. Each encounter chipped away at their remaining sense of security. replacing it with a gnawing fear that they were being stalked, watched by unseen eyes. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they came across a signpost, its weathered wood barely visible in the faint moonlight. It pointed towards a dusty gravel road, barely wider than one car, with a faded inscription that read, "Blue Neck Campground, 3 miles." "Thank God," Jamie exclaimed, a sense of relief flooding his voice. "Let's just get there and set up camp. Maybe it's all just been a bad joke," Jamie finished, his voice trailing off as the Subaru lurched alarmingly on the uneven gravel road. The forest seemed to press in closer here, the darkness thicker, muffling sound and amplifying the prickling unease that crawled up each of their spines. The supposed 3-mile stretch seemed to stretch on forever. The air grew thick with a strange, oppressive silence, broken only by the rhythmic crunch of tires on gravel and the unsettling creak of the car itself. Suddenly Kelly gasped. "Mary, look!" she shrieked, pointing a trembling finger out the window. A colossal crow, unlike any they had ever seen, stood perched on a gnarled branch overhanging the road. Its feathers were a deep, unnatural black, its eyes burning red embers in the darkness. As Mary slowed down, the crow cocked its head, its sharp beak clicking in a chillingly rhythmic pattern. Moments later, another crow appeared, and another, until the road ahead seemed choked with the ominous birds. They cawed in a discordant chorus, their voices echoing eerily through the trees. Driven by a primal fear, Mary slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a halt. What do we do?" Travis stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. Kelly was already sobbing, tears streaming down her face. Jamie, however, seemed oddly calm. "There must be another way around," he said, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. He glanced at the worn map on Mary's phone screen, now useless without connection. "Maybe a trail?" Mary looked around, her heart hammering against her ribs. The dense forest seemed to offer no escape. The crows, their dark forms blotting out the moonlight above, remained unmoving, watching them with an unsettling intelligence. Then, from the woods behind them, a sound arose, a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down everyone's spine. It was deep, primal, a sound that spoke of something ancient and terrifying. The crows erupted in a frenzy of caws, their wings beating a chaotic rhythm against the oppressive silence. Suddenly, the car lurched violently. A dark shape, massive and lumbering, had smashed into the back bumper. The force sent them jolting forward, the car tires spinning uselessly on the loose gravel. "It's a bear!" Travis screamed, his face contorted in terror. But a glimpse through the back window shattered that illusion. The creature that had attacked them was no bear. It was something vaguely humanoid, but monstrously large, its black fur matted and tangled. A pair of glowing red eyes, burning like embers in the darkness, stared at them with a malevolent hunger. Panic seized Mary. She slammed the car into reverse, ignoring the sickening crunch of metal as it hit something solid. The engine sputtered, coughed, and then died. Silence descended, broken only by their ragged gasps of fear. The monstrous figure lumbered closer, its fetid breath a foul stench that filled the car. They huddled together in the back, their backs pressed against the cold seat, whimpering like scared children. Just as the creature reached the car door, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the night. It wasn't theirs. They turned to see Jamie, his face contorted in a feral snarl, his eyes glowing a faint red. He lunged at the window, his fists hammering against the glass with an inhuman strength. "Get out!" he screamed, his voice raspy and unrecognizable. "Leave me!" Before they could react, the creature roared and slammed its massive fist against the side window. It shattered with a deafening crack, showering them with glass shards. The creature reached inside, its long, razor-sharp claws tearing at the upholstery. Suddenly, another sound pierced the air, a high-pitched shriek that seemed to rend the forest itself. The creature recoiled, its eyes wide with terror, as a pack of wolves emerged from the trees. Their fur bristled, their fangs bared in a snarl that sent shivers down their spines. The wolves lunged at the creature, a flurry of snapping jaws and tearing claws. The scene was a gruesome ballet of violence, the darkness illuminated only by flashes of teeth and flashes of red from the creature's glowing eyes. Mary, Kelly, and Travis, numb with terror, watched as the battle raged on. Finally, with a deafening growl, the creature slumped to the ground, unmoving. The wolves, panting heavily, retreated back into the woods, leaving behind an unsettling silence. Slowly, the weight of what they had just witnessed began to sink in. They sat there, huddled together, tears and sweat mixing on their skin, the silence broken only by their ragged gasps of breath. Then, from out of the darkness, came a voice. It was raspy and old, like dry leaves rustling in a forgotten corner. It spoke in a language they didn't understand, a guttural chant that seemed to vibrate through their very bones. A gaunt figure stepped out from the shadows, shrouded in a tattered cloak. Its face was obscured by darkness, but two burning red eyes pierced through the gloom. The crows, which had fallen silent during the battle, descended upon the figure, cawing in a frenzy around its head. The figure tilted its head towards them, an unsettling smile twisting its unseen lips. In a voice that sent chills down their spines, it spoke, this time in halting English. "You are not welcome here." Terror choked the words in Mary's throat. She could only stare, wide-eyed, as the figure raised a gnarled hand, its fingers tipped with long black claws. The crows descended upon the creature's outstretched hand, covering it completely. Then, in a flash of darkness, the crows dispersed, revealing a single, glowing orb pulsing with an unnatural light. "Choose," the figure rasped, its voice echoing eerily through the silent forest. "Leave, or become one of us." Despair threatened to engulf them. They were trapped, miles from civilization, surrounded by unseen horrors. A glance at Jamie, his face contorted in a feral snarl, his eyes glowing red, confirmed their worst fears. He was lost. Tears welled up in Kelly's eyes, but Travis, his voice shaking, spoke. "We'll leave," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "Just let us go." The figure remained silent for a moment, the darkness behind it seeming to deepen. Then, with a nod, it spoke a single word. "Go." As if in response, the forest itself seemed to shift. The dense undergrowth parted, revealing a narrow path that hadn't been there before. It beckoned, a faint light shimmering in the distance. Without a word, they climbed out of the wrecked car, their bodies bruised and trembling. One look back was all they dared. The creature was gone, only the scattered feathers of the crows and the lifeless body of the monstrous beast remaining as a testament to the horrors they had witnessed. They followed the path, their legs trembling with exhaustion and fear. The light in the distance grew brighter, revealing a crumbling stone bridge that spanned a dark, swirling river. On the other side, a faint outline of a town flickered in the distance. They reached the bridge, its surface slick with moss and age. Crossing it seemed like a test, a final hurdle before escaping this nightmare. As they crossed, a cold wind whipped around them, carrying whispers that seemed to echo in their minds. You cannot escape the woods. They will always find you. Despite the terrifying whispers, they pushed on, reaching the other side of the bridge. The town lights grew brighter, casting flickering shadows on the cobblestone streets. As they stumbled through the deserted town square, a single thought echoed in their minds. Escape. They had no idea where they were, just the desperate hope that this town would lead them back to civilization, back to a world where crows didn't hold conversations, and monsters didn't lurk in the darkness. But as they rounded a corner, they saw a sign hanging above a dusty tavern door. It creaked in the wind, revealing the words etched in faded paint. Welcome to Deadfall. Population, you. Their blood ran cold. They weren't free. Blue Neck Woods and the terrors it held were far from over. The wrong turn at Deadfall had trapped them, and the price for escaping the darkness was far higher than they could have imagined. Panic surged through them. Deadfall. The name scratched against their sanity like rusted nails. They'd stumbled upon something far worse than they could have anticipated. A town trapped within the clutches of the forest's dark magic. There's no way, Kelly whimpered, her voice choked with terror. Travis, his bravado shattered, looked at Mary with haunted eyes. What do we do now? The silence bore down on them, broken only by the creaking sign and the unsettling whisper of the wind through the empty streets. Mary, her mind racing, looked around. The town itself seemed frozen in time, buildings weathered and abandoned, windows like hollow eyes staring out. A flicker of movement on the second floor of the dusty tavern caught her eye. A shrouded figure, its face obscured by darkness, watched them from a broken window. Dread wrapped around her like a shroud. This wasn't just a town. It was a prison, and they were its newest inmates. Suddenly, a guttural caw pierced the air. They looked up to see a swarm of crows gathering in the darkening sky. Fear tightened its icy grip around their hearts. Were they trapped here forever, destined to become part of the forest's monstrous tapestry? But then, Jamie grabbed Mary's arm. His eyes, though still glowing an unnatural red, flickered with a spark of his old self. We can't stay here, he rasped, his voice raw. There has to be another way. His words, a lifeline in the ocean of despair, ignited a flicker of hope within Mary. Jamie was right. They couldn't succumb to fear. They had to find a way out, a way to break the curse that held Deadfall captive, even if it meant confronting the darkness head-on. Drawing upon the last vestiges of her courage, Mary spoke. We need answers, she declared, her voice stronger than she felt. They had to find out how the town became Deadfall, and perhaps in that knowledge lay their key to escape. Their quest led them through dusty streets, past crumbling houses and overgrown gardens. An unsettling silence hung in the air, broken only by the rasping of their own breaths and the occasional rustle in the shadows. Finally, they found it, the town library, its doors hanging open like an invitation. Inside, dust motes danced in the faint moonlight streaming through broken windows. Cobwebs draped the shelves, thick with forgotten stories. With a sense of desperate hope, they set about searching. Hours melted into what felt like an eternity as they sifted through dusty tomes and brittle parchments. Finally, in a hidden corner, Mary unearthed a leather-bound book titled Chronicles of Deadfall. As she cracked it open, a cloud of dust erupted, revealing faded ink and intricate illustrations depicting scenes of a once thriving town. They devoured the pages, the history of Deadfall deadfall unfolding before them. The town, built at the very edge of Blue Neck Woods, had thrived for generations, but greed festered in the hearts of its people, leading them to delve deeper into the forest, seeking its hidden treasures. What they found instead was a malevolent force, a dark magic that twisted the forest into a place of nightmares. The book spoke of a pact, a desperate attempt by the townsfolk to appease this entity after their greed had brought about its wrath. The price, their souls, trapped within the town, forever tethered to the darkness. Despair threatened to engulf them again. But then, buried deep within the final pages, they found a sliver of hope. A ritual, an ancient incantation said to sever the pact with the entity. But it was a dangerous gamble. Performing the ritual incorrectly could seal their fate forever. Gathering their courage, they decided it was their only shot at escape. The library became their haven, the flickering light of an oil lamp their only companion as they deciphered the complex glyphs and practiced the archaic language of the incantation. Days turned into weeks, the line between reality and the encroaching darkness blurring with each passing moment. But slowly, they began to understand the words, the ritual taking shape in their minds. One night, as a full moon cast an eerie glow through the library windows, they knew they were ready. They found themselves standing at the heart of the town square, a crude altar erected with salvaged wood from the decaying buildings. Taking a deep breath, Mary began to chant, her voice trembling but resolute. Travis, Kelly, and Jamie joined in, their voices harmonizing in a desperate plea for freedom. The air crackled with an unseen energy, the shadows around them seeming to writhe in agitation. As they reached the final verse, the ground trembled, a deafening roar echoing through the deserted streets. Then, a colossal figure materialized in the center of the square. It was the nightmare they had glimpsed at the clearing, a grotesque amalgamation of darkness and flesh, its form rippling with malice. Glowing red eyes, burning with unholy hunger, stared directly at them. Terror threatened to paralyze them, but the memory of their journey through deadfall, the despair of captivity, fueled their resolve. They continued chanting, their voices rising against the creature's roar. The incantation pulsed through the air, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. The creature lunged, its immense claws tearing at the air. Travis shoved Mary aside, taking the brunt of the attack. A sickening crunch filled the air as the claws raked across his back, sending him sprawling to the ground with a scream. Tears stinging her eyes, Mary focused on the ritual. She couldn't let Travis's sacrifice be in vain. She poured every ounce of her will into the chanting, the words ringing with a newfound power. The ground shuddered violently. Runes etched on the altar glowed with an otherworldly light, forming a barrier that held back the creature's advances. A high-pitched shriek tore from its maw as the barrier seared its flesh. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and a spectral figure emerged from the woods. It was an elderly woman, her form translucent, her eyes filled with sorrow. Mary recognized her instantly, the blind figure from their initial encounter, her vacant sockets now filled with spectral light. The pact! Broken! The woman's voice rasped, echoing through the square. But the darkness, it lingers. She turned to the creature, her spectral form radiating a blinding light. "Return to the shadows from whence you came," she commanded, her voice resonating with power. The creature recoiled, shrieking in fury as the light seared its grotesque form. With a final roar, it dissolved into a swirling vortex of darkness that ripped a hole in the night sky. The vortex pulsed, then began to shrink, darkness receding back into the heart of Blue Neck Woods. The spectral woman turned to Mary and the others, a bittersweet smile gracing her translucent lips. "You are free," she whispered. But before they could celebrate, a wave of exhaustion washed over them. Tears streamed down their faces, a mixture of relief and grief for Travis, who lay unmoving on the ground. The spectral woman knelt beside him, her spectral hand tracing a glowing symbol on his chest. "He lives," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "But the forest has taken its toll. He will carry its mark." A wave of warmth radiated from the woman's hand, restoring color to Travis's pale face. With a gasp, he drew in a ragged breath. As dawn painted the horizon with streaks of gold, the spectral woman started to fade. "Remember," she said, her voice barely audible now, "the darkness, it sleeps, but it does not die. Blue Neck Woods will always hold a shadow in its heart." With those final words, she vanished, leaving them alone in the newly silent town square. The air felt lighter, the oppressive aura of the entity dissipated. But the fear lingered, a constant reminder of the horrors they had witnessed. As the sun crept higher, casting the town in a pale golden light, they knew they couldn't stay. They helped Travis to his feet, his back marred by deep, ragged wounds. They would carry the physical and mental scars of deadfall forever. Leaving the town behind, they stumbled towards the sound of rushing water, the faint outline of the bridge against the rising sun beckoning them. As they crossed, they stole one last glance back at Deadfall. It looked the same, a hollow shell of a town, yet something felt different. It was no longer a prison, but a chilling mausoleum, a monument to their ordeal. They emerged from the forest onto the dusty road they had strayed from on their ill-fated journey. It seemed mundane in comparison, a beacon of ordinary life. Flagging down a passing car, they collapsed into the seats, the familiar scent of gasoline, a strange comfort. They never spoke of the pact broken, of the creature they faced, or the spectral woman who guided them. Their ordeal became a shared secret, a bond forged in the crucible of terror. They had escaped Deadfall, but a part of them would forever be trapped within its echoing silence, a chilling reminder of the night they stared into the heart of darkness and found within themselves the courage to fight back. Shadows in the City of Lost Angels, Hotel Marion. Lost Angels, they called it, a city perpetually veiled in a smog-choked twilight, where neon bled into the dying sun, casting an eerie orange glow on everything it touched. We, Travis and I, weary travelers on a shoestring budget, found ourselves stranded in this concrete jungle after a missed flight connection. Exhausted and desperate, we stumbled upon the only vacancy sign in town, a flickering neon beacon above the dilapidated entrance of Hotel Marion. The Marion was a monument to a forgotten era, a faded Art Deco dream succumbing to the relentless tide of neglect. Its once gleaming facade was now a canvas of chipped stucco and peeling paint. Gargoyles, their expressions contorted in eternal silent screams, leered down from the roofline. Even the palm trees lining the cracked sidewalk seemed to droop under the weight of the oppressive atmosphere. Travis, ever the pragmatist, sighed. This place looks like it might condemn your soul before it condemns your wallet. Think of the content, dude, I countered, a spark of morbid excitement flickering in my gut. Haunted hotel, creepy vibes in a city called Lost Angels, YouTube gold. Travis grunted but didn't argue. He knew my passion for the paranormal, my insatiable hunger for anything macabre. Besides, options were scarce. Inside, the air hung heavy with the scent of dust and something else. A faint metallic tang clung to the back of your throat, a subtle but unsettling note in the symphony of decay. The lobby was cavernous, the opulent marble floor now cracked and uneven. A single bare bulb cast grotesque shadows from the peeling floral wallpaper. Behind the chipped reception desk sat a wizened figure, his face hidden in pools of shadow. Checking in. His voice was a dry rasp, like sandpaper on bone. "Michelle and Travis," I said, pushing our crumpled reservation confirmation across the desk. The man barely glanced at it, his long, bony fingers sliding a grimy key across the counter. "Room 407, he rasped, his words echoing in the cavernous space. "Mind the shadows." Room 407 offered a view of a crumbling fire escape and a perpetually overcast sky. The furniture was a mismatched collection of dust-coated relics, the floral bedspread stained with a pattern that could have been tea or something more sinister. It wasn't the Ritz, but it held a certain charm, at least for a horror enthusiast like me. Travis, however, seemed on edge. He kept glancing at the shadows that danced across the walls, the peeling wallpaper taking on monstrous shapes in the dim light. He muttered something about leaving in the morning, but I brushed it off. This was prime time for ghost hunting, not chickening out. The night passed uneventfully, at least for me. I spent the time setting up night vision cameras, strategically placed to capture any spectral activity. Travis, tossing fitfully in the bed next to me, muttered about the feeling of being watched. I figured it was just his imagination, fueled by the creepy ambience of the hotel. The next morning, sleep-deprived but full of nervous anticipation, I reviewed the footage. Nothing. Just grainy images of a dusty room and a restless Travis. Disappointment gnawed at me. Where were the ghostly apparitions, the spectral whispers I'd been craving? We ventured out for the day to explore Lost Angels. The city lived up to its name, a labyrinth of decaying buildings and flickering neon signs, populated by an unsettling mix of weary travelers and shadowy figures lurking in doorways. Every corner held the promise of something strange, something hidden. As the sun dipped below the smog-choked horizon, casting the city in an even more sinister light, we returned to the Marion. The air inside felt different this time, heavier, charged with an unseen energy. The shadows seemed to writhe and twist, beckoning us closer. That night, the terror began. It started with a faint scratching sound coming from the vent above the bed. Travis, wide-eyed with fear, pointed at it, his voice barely a whisper. The scratching grew louder, more frantic, then abruptly stopped. A heavy silence descended, broken only by the pounding of our hearts. Just as I began to think it was our imagination, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the hallway. It was a sound full of raw terror, a primal shriek that sent shivers down my spine. We exchanged a panicked look, both our initial bravado replaced by a chilling fear. The scream was followed by the sound of scurrying footsteps, then an unsettling silence. We huddled together in bed, the sheets pulled up to our chins, listening to the night unfold in a symphony of unsettling sounds. Moans, growls, the rhythmic thud of something dragging itself down the hallway. The thuds stopped outside our door. My breath hitched in my throat, my heart a frantic drum solo in my chest. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to get out, to run. Yet, a morbid curiosity, a twisted need to capture this horror on camera, kept me rooted to the bed. Suddenly, the doorknob rattled violently, a metallic shriek echoing in the dead of night. I squeezed my eyes shut, burying my face in Travis's shoulder. The rattling stopped as abruptly as it began, replaced by a deep, inhuman growl that vibrated through the walls, sending shivers down my spine. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Travis, his voice trembling, whispered, "This isn't a joke anymore. We need to get out of here." Relief washed over me, momentarily eclipsing the fear. He was right. This wasn't content anymore. It was a potential death sentence. Slowly, I peeked over the edge of the covers. The room was cloaked in an unnatural darkness, as if the shadows themselves had condensed. The faint red glow of the emergency exit sign outside the window cast an eerie light on the peeling wallpaper. "We need to be quiet," I whispered back, gesturing for my camera bag. We crept out of bed, our bare feet cold against the dusty floor. I grabbed my camera bag as Travis fumbled for his phone, its flashlight beam cutting through the oppressive darkness. We tiptoed to the door, every creak of the floorboards sounding like a gunshot in the silence. Slowly, I turned the handle, my breath catching in my throat. The hallway was empty, but the air itself felt charged with a malevolent energy. The flickering light from Travis's phone danced across the walls, revealing grotesque shapes lurking in the shadows. A low, guttural growl echoed from somewhere deeper in the hallway, causing us to jump back in fright. It was closer now, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of heavy footsteps. Panic surged through me. "Run!" I shouted, pushing Travis into the hallway. We sprinted down the corridor, my heart hammering against my ribs. The thundering footsteps pursued us, growing louder with each passing second. We didn't know where we were going, just that we needed to get away. We turned a corner, crashing into a rickety wooden cart, its contents scattering across the floor. A strangled scream tore from my throat as I came face to face with a horrifying creature. It was tall and skeletal, with skin stretched taut over its bony frame. Its eyes burned with an unnatural red light, and its elongated claws scraped against the floor with a sickening screech. The creature let out a blood-curdling roar, its voice a horrifying blend of a growl and a scream. We didn't waste time staring. We clambered over the fallen cart, pushing past the creature, and continued our frantic escape. We rounded another corner, my lungs burning, legs screaming in protest. Then we saw it, the fire escape. It was our only hope. We scrambled up the rusted metal steps, the creature's enraged shrieks echoing behind us. As we reached the top, we heard the heavy thud of its body slamming against the fire escape door below. But just as a sliver of hope flickered in my chest, a chilling voice rasped from the darkness. "Leaving so soon?" We turned to see a tall, slender figure cloaked in shadow, standing on the landing above us. Its face was obscured by darkness, but its eyes, burning embers in the gloom, held us captive. The creature from the hallway had been a nightmare, but this felt far more ancient, a malevolent entity that fed on the very essence of fear. It was the true horror of the Hotel Marion, the master of the shadows that stalked the halls. Fear choked the air, making it difficult to breathe. I pointed my camera at the figure, a desperate attempt to capture its essence before it was too late. The figure tilted its head, a terrifying gesture of curiosity. Then, in a voice like nails scraping on a chalkboard, it rasped, "You have seen too much." A darkness bloomed from its outstretched hand, engulfing my vision. I screamed, but the world dissolved into a swirling vortex of black. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the cold, hard floor of the hallway, the taste of copper metallic in my mouth. The first light of dawn was filtering through the grimy windows, casting a pale gray glow on the dusty corridor. Beside me, Travis lay unconscious, his face scratched and bruised. The night's horrors felt like a fever dream, yet the fear still clung to me like a shroud. Had it all been a hallucination fueled by the creepy ambience of the hotel? As I scrambled to my feet, a new wave of terror washed over me. Travis. I knelt beside him, fear twisting my stomach. His breathing was shallow, but a weak pulse throbbed beneath his jaw. Relief flooded me, momentarily eclipsing the chilling memories of the night. The fire escape creaked in the morning breeze, a mocking reminder of our desperate escape. Taking a shaky breath, I rummaged through my bag for my phone. The screen was cracked, but thankfully functional. I dialed 911, my voice a broken whisper as I explained our ordeal. The operator on the other end sounded skeptical at first, muttering something about too many wild nights in Lost Angels. But the desperation in my voice must have convinced her. She assured me an ambulance was on its way and cautioned us not to move from our location. As we sat huddled on the fire escape, the events of the night replayed in my mind, vivid and horrifying. The creatures, the figure in the shadows, were they real or figments of sleep-deprived terror? I stole a glance at Travis. He stirred, groaning, and opened his bloodshot eyes. What happened?" he rasped. I recounted the events as best I could, omitting the more fantastical elements, the creatures, the shadowy figure. his face contorted in confusion, a flicker of fear lingering in his eyes. We both knew, however, that something had happened, something far beyond the pale. The wail of sirens sliced through the morning air, a welcome sound that brought tears to my eyes. Paramedics rushed us to the hospital, where we were treated for minor injuries and exhaustion. The doctors, too, dismissed our stories as a product of overactive imaginations and too much partying. But we knew the truth. Los Angeles was not just a city, it was a gateway, a place where the veil between worlds was thinner, allowing shadows to creep into the human realm. The Hotel Marion was its heart, a dark beacon that lured the unwary to their potential doom. We left Los Angeles as soon as we were discharged, the city's smog-choked skyline fading into the distance behind us. The footage from the camera remained blank, no evidence of the horrors we experienced. Yet, the memory of that night clung to us like a phantom limb, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked in the shadows, unseen but not unfelt. Back in the comfort of our own home, normalcy seemed a distant dream. Sleep was a fragile commodity punctuated by nightmares of skeletal creatures and burning eyes. Travis grew distant, haunted by the same demons. Our YouTube channel, once filled with lighthearted ghost hunting content, remained dormant. One day, while cleaning out my camera bag, I found a small, unlabeled memory card tucked away in a hidden compartment. Curiosity gnawing at me, I popped it into my computer. A single video file stood alone. It was short, grainy, and filled with static. It showed a dark hallway, the fire escape door at the end. Then, a fleeting glimpse of a tall, slender figure stepping into frame, its eyes burning like embers. The blood drained from my face. It was a confirmation, a tangible proof of our horrifying experience. I stared at the screen, a morbid fascination battling with the fear that clawed at my throat. There was no sound, just the distorted image of the entity and the static buzzing in my ears. I turned to Travis, who stood at the doorway, his gaze drawn by the sound of my frantic typing. He saw the video, his face mirroring the same chilling realization. The Hotel Marion still held a piece of us, a reminder of the night we danced with darkness and escaped by the skin of our teeth. We never spoke of the video, the memory too potent, too terrifying. But it served as a silent pact, a promise to stay away from the shadows, from the places where the darkness lurked. The experience had changed us, leaving an invisible scar that forever separated us from the innocent thrill-seekers we once were. Lost Angels became a whispered legend in our lives, a city forever shrouded in a veil of fear and the chilling knowledge that some things are better left unseen, some shadows best left undisturbed. Years passed, our lives settling into a new routine. We married, had kids, built a life far removed from the unsettling world of the paranormal. Yet, the memory of Hotel Marion flickered like a restless flame at the edges of our minds. It was Michelle's birthday, and we were celebrating with a quiet dinner at home. The children were asleep, the house bathed in the warm glow of fairy lights. Just as we were about to cut the cake, a knock shattered the peaceful silence. My heart hammered against my ribs, a familiar dread settling in my stomach. Travis exchanged a worried glance with me, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. He cautiously approached the door, peering through the peephole. His face went pale. "Michelle," he whispered, his voice tight. "It's the bellhop from Hotel Marion." Panic surged through me. It couldn't be. We hadn't set foot in Los Angeles since that night. My mind raced, searching for a rational explanation. Maybe it was a prank, a look-alike playing a cruel joke. Travis opened the door a crack. The bellhop stood there unchanged by the passage of time. His eyes, still pools of cold obsidian, held a strange intensity. In his bony hand, he clutched a single, dusty room key. "Room 407, he rasped, his voice unchanged. "Your reservation has been outstanding." Before either of us could react, a gust of cold wind swept through the house, extinguishing the fairy lights and plunging us into darkness. When my vision adjusted, the bellhop was gone. The room key lay abandoned on the floor, a chilling reminder that some debts can never be truly settled. Sleep was a stranger that night. We huddled together, a silent pact forming between us. We couldn't ignore this. This wasn't a prank. This was a challenge, a twisted invitation back to the place that nearly consumed us. The next morning, a fierce determination settled in my gut. We wouldn't be victims again. We would confront the darkness in Hotel Marion, not with naive curiosity, but with the fire of experience and the knowledge gleaned from our terrifying encounter. We researched, delving into obscure texts and folklore, searching for a way to sever our connection to the Hotel Marion, to silence the entity that lingered in the shadows. It wouldn't be easy, but we wouldn't back down. Lost angels awaited. This time, we were going in prepared, not as thrill seekers, but as warriors armed with knowledge and a desperate hope of finally closing the door on the shadows. We returned to Los Angeles, a city that seemed to hold its breath upon our arrival. The smog hung heavier, the neon signs flickering with an eerie malevolence. Stepping back into Hotel Marion felt like descending into a tomb. Dust motes danced in the sickly yellow light, and the air hung thick with a metallic tang that caused my throat to constrict. The bellhop, unchanged by time, stood behind the dusty reception desk. His cold eyes locked onto mine, a flicker of amusement playing in their depths. "You've returned," he rasped, his voice like sandpaper on bone. "Room 407 is still waiting." We ignored him, heading straight for the dusty staircase. This time, we weren't victims. We had a plan, a ritual gleaned from forgotten grimoires, a whispered incantation that we hoped would sever our connection to the Hotel Marion and banish the entity that clung to its shadows. The room itself hadn't changed. The peeling wallpaper, the stained bedspread, everything remained a chilling replica of our first encounter. But this time, we weren't alone. Faint whispers echoed in the air, disembodied moans that sent shivers down my spine. We traced a circle of salt on the dusty floor, the grains shimmering faintly under the dim light. In the center, we placed an ornately carved wooden box, obtained from a shadowy figure in a cluttered occult bookstore. It pulsed with a faint, arcane energy, a beacon in the darkness. Travis, his voice firm despite the tremor in his hands, started chanting the incantation. It was a guttural language, filled with power and an unsettling beauty. As the words filled the room, the temperature dropped, the shadows writhing and twisting like tormented souls. A low growl echoed from the hallway, growing louder with each passing second. The creature from the night we escaped lurched into the room, its skeletal frame bathed in an unnatural red light. Its eyes, burning embers, locked onto us with predatory hunger. But this time, we were ready. With a final resounding word from Travis, the room pulsed with blinding light. The box erupted in a shower of sparks, wrapping the creature in an ethereal cage of golden light. Its enraged shrieks echoed as it writhed against its confines. Then the cage began to shrink, compressing the creature into a ball of writhing darkness. The creature's screams turned into blood-curdling wails, filling the room with an unbearable noise. Finally, with a deafening pop, the cage vanished, taking the entity with it. A heavy silence descended, broken only by our ragged breaths. We had done it. We had severed our connection to Hotel Marion and banished the entity that had tormented us for years. Exhausted but exhilarated, we stumbled out of the hotel and into the smog-choked dawn of Lost Angels. The city seemed different now, the neon lights no longer menacing but almost welcoming. We had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, forever changed by the experience. We never returned to Lost Angels. Neither of us needed to, but on rare occasions, on nights when the wind howled outside our window, I'd swear I could see a faint flicker of red light in the distance, a ghostly echo of the entity we faced, and the hotel that held us captive. It was a reminder of our triumph, and the chilling knowledge that some shadows, even vanquished, can never be truly forgotten. The everlasting night, the Grimstone Hotel. The Grimstone Hotel loomed over the desolate highway like a decrepit mausoleum. Its once grand facade was now a tapestry of peeling paint and cracked windows, its vacant gaze seeming to follow us as we pulled into the gravel parking lot. Ashley, ever the optimist, hummed along to some pop song on the radio, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled in my gut since we spotted the flickering neon sign. "Road trip adventure," Ashley chirped, unbuckling her seatbelt. "Haunted hotel. Just think of the stories we'll have for the blog." Our car was the only one in the desolate lot. The silence was heavy, punctuated only by the mournful creak of the rusty wind chimes hanging from the hotel's porch. Inside, the gloom intensified. Dim Yellowed bulbs cast long, grotesque shadows across the dusty lobby floor. Cobwebs draped from the corners like macabre tapestries. A single, hunched figure sat behind the chipped reception desk, his face obscured by the shadows. His voice, when he spoke, was a dry rasp that sent shivers down my spine. "Checking in," he croaked, his bony hand pushing a dusty registration card towards us. Ashley, ever the social butterfly, tried to engage him in conversation, but the receptionist remained sullen, muttering something about empty rooms and no need for conversation. Our room on the 3rd floor seemed ripped from a nightmare. The air hung thick with the smell of mildew and decay. The furniture was a collection of mismatched horrors, and the floral wallpaper was stained with a pattern that could have been tea or something far more sinister. That night, the unease began subtly. The flickering light seemed orchestrated, plunging the room into darkness at unsettling moments. The water in the bathroom faucet would turn on and off on its own, accompanied by a low, gurgling sound. We brushed it off as a quirky old building, but a cold sweat prickled my skin nonetheless. The real terror arrived with the morning. A handprint, smeared and muddy, was plastered on the bathroom mirror, the steam having cleared long ago. It was then that the gnawing fear in my stomach morphed into full-blown panic. Ashley, however, remained unnerved but curious. She documented everything on her phone, her voice breathless with a morbid excitement that chilled me to the bone. As night fell, the unsettling events escalated. Muffled thuds echoed from the hallway, followed by the sound of something heavy dragging itself across the floor. A low, guttural moan, unlike anything I'd ever heard, sliced through the silence. Sleep was an elusive dream, punctuated by jumpy wakefulness and shared whispers of fear. The next morning, we discovered a note tucked under our door, a single word scrawled in messy handwriting: "Missing." The receptionist, his eyes flickering with morbid amusement, explained that a guest had gone out for a midnight walk and hadn't returned. Our questions were met with a chilling silence. Panic started to curdle in the pit of my stomach. We were trapped. The only road leading out of town was blocked by a fallen tree, courtesy of a sudden and unnatural storm that seemed to have materialized out of nowhere. No cell service, no way out. Ashley, even she, paled beneath the grime of fear. The night brought a new horror. A faint, rhythmic tapping sound started at our door, escalating into a desperate pounding. Peeking through the peephole, I saw nothing but an unsettling darkness. The tapping spread, a cacophony of frantic begging that echoed through the corridors. Then I saw it. A sliver of light under the door revealed a single, glowing eye, an ember burning in the abyss. It pulsed with an unnatural energy, sending a wave of nausea crashing over me. The creature, whatever it was, moved on to another room, the tapping replaced by a blood-curdling scream that tore through the night like a banshee's wail. The next morning, another note lay under our door. Another missing. We huddled together in the room, fear a tangible entity in the stale air. We knew then, with a chilling certainty, that we weren't leaving the Grimstone Hotel. Daylight became a memory, replaced by a perpetual twilight that cast long, grotesque shadows on the peeling walls. The air grew colder, heavier, and the silence between screams was filled with an unsettling anticipation. Days blurred into a nightmarish eternity. The Grimstone Hotel seemed to exist outside the realm of time, the oppressive twilight a constant shroud. We rationed the meager food and water we'd brought, Ashley's initial bravado dwindling with each passing hour. Sleep became a desperate attempt to escape the waking horror, a gamble that often ended with us jolting awake to the sound of scratching on the walls, or whispers in a language that seemed to twist and contort my thoughts. One evening, as the oppressive gloom deepened further, a blood-curdling shriek echoed through the halls. It was different from the previous ones, sharper, laced with a desperate defiance. I grabbed Ashley's hand, our hearts pounding in unison. The sound came again, closer this time, followed by a flurry of movement. We pressed ourselves close to the wall, fear a metallic tang in our mouths. Then a thump against our door. We watched, frozen in terror, as the doorknob rattled violently. Through the peephole I saw a sliver of movement, a flash of dark fur, a clawed hand reaching for the handle. A guttural growl, unlike anything I'd ever heard, vibrated against the thin barrier. Suddenly, the sound stopped. The silence that followed was more terrifying than the noise itself. Then, a voice, distorted and raspy, rasped from outside the door. "They're coming for you next." Ashley whimpered behind me. I held her tight, trying to project a strength I didn't feel. We knew there was only one way out, the fire escape. A desperate plan formed in my mind. We had to reach the roof and try to signal for help. As quietly as possible, we gathered our belongings. Every creak of the floorboard sounded like a death knell. Reaching the hallway, we were met with an unsettling sight. The faint light filtering from under the doors was gone. The entire floor was plunged into a suffocating darkness. We crept forward, each step a test of nerve. The air hung heavy with the smell of decay and something far more foul. Then a shape materialized in the gloom, a skeletal figure with glowing red eyes that seemed to burn through the darkness. It moved with unnatural grace, its long, clawed fingers scraping against the floor. Terror propelled us forward. We ran blindly down the hallway, the creature's rasping breaths echoing behind us. We stumbled, fell, but scrambled back to our feet, fueled by a primal urge to survive. Finally, we reached the fire escape door, its rusty handle cold against my skin. With a sickening groan, the door yielded. We scrambled out onto the fire escape, the cold night air a welcome shock to our lungs. Below, the creature loomed, silhouetted against the faint glow of the ever-present twilight. Its eyes burned with an unholy hunger, and it let out a chilling screech that echoed across the deserted town. We clambered up the rusted fire escape, the metal groaning under our weight. The creature followed, its claws scraping against the metal steps. Reaching the top, we found ourselves on the flat roof, the wind whipping at our faces. The town stretched out before us, a desolate landscape swallowed by the perpetual twilight. But in the distance, a faint glow flickered on the horizon. It was a weak light, barely visible, but to us, it was a beacon of hope. Ashley pointed, a flicker of life returning to her eyes. There, maybe a gas station. Help! Scrambling to our feet, we spotted a rickety wooden ladder leading down to a lower rooftop. It was our only chance. The creature reached the top of the fire escape, its guttural growl sending shivers down my spine. We had no time for fear. We clambered down the ladder, the creature's enraged shrieks echoing after us. Reaching the lower roof, we sprinted towards a hatch leading into the building. With a final burst of strength, I slammed it shut, throwing my weight against the metal door. We held our breath, listening to the creature's frustrated snarls from the other side. The air inside was stale and dusty, but it was a temporary reprieve. We found ourselves in a cramped attic space, cobwebs clinging to every surface. Our eyes adjusted to the darkness, revealing an old trunk pushed into a corner. With a glimmer of hope, I used a rusty crowbar to pry it open. Inside, nestled amongst moth-eaten clothes, was a dusty lantern and a box of matches. It was a meager find, but in that moment, it felt like a treasure. Lighting the lantern, we cautiously navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the attic. After what felt like an eternity, we stumbled upon a hidden door, its weathered wood barely noticeable in the dim light. With trembling hands, I pushed it open and peered inside. A shaft of moonlight spilled through the doorway, illuminating a dusty library. Rows upon rows of leather-bound books lined the walls, their aged spines whispering forgotten tales. The air here felt fresher, somehow free from the oppressive atmosphere that permeated the rest of the Grimstone Hotel. A glimmer of hope sparked in my chest. Maybe, just maybe, this was the way out. We entered cautiously, the creaking floorboards singing a haunting melody under our feet. The silence here was different, not oppressive, but filled with a sense of forgotten knowledge. Glancing around, I noticed a single candle flickering on a heavy oak table in the center of the room. Beside it lay an open book, its yellowed pages filled with strange symbols and arcane diagrams. Ashley, ever the curious one, reached out to touch the book. I stopped her hand in midair, a sudden jolt of unease chilling my spine. This wasn't just any library. This felt like a place of power, a hidden sanctum within the belly of the beast. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind the towering bookshelves. It was raspy, ancient sounding, and spoke in a language that seemed to twist and contort my very thoughts. We both froze, our hearts hammering against our ribs. "Lost souls," the voice rasped. "You have stumbled upon forbidden knowledge." A figure emerged from the shadows, its form obscured by the towering bookshelves. It was tall and slender, draped in a tattered robe that seemed to absorb the moonlight. Its head was shrouded in darkness, but two glowing red embers burned in the place of eyes. It was the creature from the hallway, but somehow different, more powerful. Terror threatened to consume me, but a primal urge to survive fueled my resolve. I tightened my grip on the lantern, its warm light a pathetic defense against the malevolent entity before us. We just want to leave, I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. The creature tilted its head, its eyes boring into mine. It spoke again. This time the words were clearer, laced with amusement. Leave. This place holds your fate, child. It craves not your flesh, but your very essence. Ashley whimpered, clutching my arm tightly. The room seemed to grow colder, the very air crackling with unseen energy. I knew then that brute force wouldn't save us. This was a battle of intellect, a desperate attempt to understand the logic of this maddening place. Scanning the room, my gaze fell on the open book. Its cryptic symbols seemed to writhe and shift, pulsating with a faint, ethereal light. Could this be the key? Was this forgotten knowledge the way to break free from the Grimstone's clutches? What is this? I asked, pointing to the book. What do we need to do? The creature remained silent, its glowing eyes fixed on me. Then, with a raspy laugh that echoed through the room, it spoke again. Seek the passage, child. Find the forgotten doorway. But be warned, the path is fraught with danger. One wrong step, and you become another forgotten memory within these walls. With a final chilling laugh, the creature vanished into the shadows. Ashley and I stared at each other, fear and newfound determination warring within us. We had a choice to make, remain trapped in this twilight prison or gamble on the cryptic message of the creature and the secrets within the book. Taking a deep breath, I picked up the book, its aged pages whispering promises and warnings in a language I didn't understand. It was our only hope, our only chance to break free from the eternal night that had become the Grimstone Hotel. The book, titled The Grimstone Chronicles, in a flowing script that seemed to writhe on the page, was a chilling chronicle of the hotel's twisted history. It spoke of a malevolent entity, the everlasting night, that had latched onto the building, feeding on the despair of its unwitting guests. The creature, trapped within the hotel's walls, sought a powerful host to break free and engulf the world in its perpetual twilight. Within the weathered pages, we found a cryptic ritual, a sequence of symbols and arcane gestures that supposedly led to a hidden passage, a doorway rumored to be the only escape from the everlasting night's grasp. But the warnings were stark. The ritual was dangerous, requiring an offering of something precious, something irreplaceable. Desperation gnawed at us. Leaving without trying felt like accepting a slow, agonizing demise. We discussed the offering, the book emphasizing the sacrifice had to come from the heart, something we held most dear. Tears welled up in Ashley's eyes as she fumbled through her backpack, pulling out her prized camera, the one that launched our travel blogging career. It's not just a camera, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. It represents our dreams, our journey together. The image of a life outside the Grimstone, filled with sunlight and laughter, fueled a spark of defiance within me. With trembling Ashley placed the camera on the intricate symbol etched onto the library floor. We recited the ritual in unison, the words feeling foreign yet strangely powerful on our tongues. The room pulsed with an eerie light. The air crackled with raw energy as the symbol on the floor glowed an intense white. A low groan echoed through the library, followed by a chilling shriek that seemed to shake the very foundation of the Grimstone. The camera on the floor dissolved into wisps of smoke that were sucked into the glowing symbol. Then, with a deafening crack, a section of the bookshelf opposite us swung open, revealing a narrow passage shrouded in an unnatural darkness. The air emanating from it felt strangely cool, a stark contrast to the oppressive warmth of the library. Ashley and I exchanged a nervous glance. It was the moment of truth. Was this our salvation, or a path to a more horrific end? Grasping the lantern tight in my hand, I stepped forward, Ashley following close behind. The passage swallowed us whole, the heavy wooden door slamming shut behind us with a final, ominous thud. We found ourselves in a dark, damp tunnel that smelled of mildew and decay. The only light came from the flickering lantern, casting grotesque shadows on the uneven stone walls. The air hung thick with an unsettling silence, broken only by the dripping of water somewhere in the distance. We walked, guided by the faint glow of the lantern, the passage twisting and turning like a subterranean labyrinth. The weight of the Grimstone Hotel pressed down on us, its oppressive aura threatening to suffocate us. Each creak and groan echoed with a terrifying finality. After what felt like an eternity, the tunnel started to ascend. A faint light emerged from the darkness at the end, growing brighter as we approached. We stumbled out into a hidden chamber, our eyes adjusting to reveal a sight that made our hearts leap with hope. The chamber was bathed in a soft golden light emanating from a large stained glass window depicting a vibrant sunrise. In the center of the room stood a pedestal adorned with an ornately carved wooden door. It was ajar, revealing a glimpse of a verdant forest bathed in sunlight. Relief washed over me, so intense it almost brought me to my knees. We had made it. We had found the escape. With trembling hands, I turned the doorknob, the cool metal sending a jolt through my body. As I pushed the door open, a warm breeze carrying the scent of pine needles washed over us. Beyond the doorway lay freedom, a world bathed in sunlight and teeming with life. We had escaped the everlasting night and the clutches of the Grimstone Hotel. But as we stepped into the sunlight, I cast a final glance back at the doorway. A faint chill brushed against my skin, a whisper of malevolent energy reminding us of the horrors we had faced, and the secrets that would forever remain locked within the walls of the Grimstone Hotel. Stepping through the doorway, we stumbled into a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. Lush trees rustled in a gentle breeze, and birdsong filled the air, a symphony compared to the chilling silence of the hotel. We collapsed onto the soft grass, overwhelmed by the sheer normalcy of it all. Tears streamed down Ashley's face, a mixture of relief and exhaustion. As we regained our composure, the horror of the past few days began to recede, replaced by a sense of wonder. We were free, but the question remained, where were we? The lush forest stretched out before us, seemingly endless. There were no signs of civilization, no roads or landmarks. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the clearing, startling us both. It was an old woman, her face etched with wrinkles like a road map, her eyes filled with a wisdom born from time. "Welcome, children," she rasped, her voice surprisingly strong. "You have come a long way." We explained our ordeal at the Grimstone, the fear, the despair, and the desperate escape. The woman listened patiently, her expression unreadable. "The doorway you passed through," she explained, "is no ordinary portal. It leads to a hidden realm, a sanctuary for those who have been touched by darkness." The revelation sent a shiver down my spine. This wasn't just some random escape route. It was a deliberate haven. But for what purpose? "Why are we here?" Ashley asked, voicing the question burning in both our minds. The woman smiled enigmatically. "You are here because you possess the strength to fight the darkness. The Grimstone may be contained, but the everlasting night is a persistent force. It will seek new hosts, new ways to spread its darkness. You have witnessed its power firsthand. You are the ones who can warn others." Our escape, we realized, wasn't an ending, but a beginning. We were no longer just travel bloggers. We were something more reluctant guardians against a creeping darkness. We shared a look, a newfound purpose hardening our gaze. The woman gestured towards a path winding through the trees. "There is a village beyond this forest," she said. "They will take care of you. But remember, the fight is just beginning." With a final nod, the woman turned and faded into the trees, leaving us alone with the weight of our newfound responsibility. We didn't know what the future held, but we knew one thing. We would not be consumed by the darkness. We would carry the memories of the Grimstone with us, a constant reminder of the horrors that lurked in the shadows. The everlasting night might slumber for now, but we would be ready when it awoke. As we stepped onto the path, the sun casting long shadows through the trees, we knew our journey had just taken a terrifying turn. But for the first time since we entered the Grimstone Hotel, we felt a spark of hope. We were survivors, and within us burned the will to fight. Stepping through the doorway, we stumbled into a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. Lush trees rustled in a gentle breeze, and birdsong filled the air, a symphony compared to the chilling silence of the hotel. We collapsed onto the soft grass, overwhelmed by the sheer normalcy of it all. Tears streamed down Ashley's face, a mixture of relief and exhaustion. As we regained our composure, the horror of the past few days began to recede, replaced by a sense of wonder. We were free, but the question remained, where were we? The lush forest stretched out before us, seemingly endless. There were no signs of civilization, no roads or landmarks. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the clearing, startling us both. It was an old woman, her face etched with wrinkles like a road map, her eyes filled with a wisdom born from time. "Welcome, children," she rasped, her voice surprisingly strong. "You have come a long way." We explained our ordeal at the Grimstone, the fear, the despair, and the desperate escape. The woman listened patiently, her expression unreadable. "The doorway you passed through," she explained, "is no ordinary portal. It leads to a hidden realm, a sanctuary for those who have been touched by darkness." The revelation sent a shiver down my spine. This wasn't just some random escape route. It was a deliberate haven. But for what purpose? "Why are we here?" Ashley asked, voicing the question burning in both our minds. The woman smiled enigmatically. "You are here because you possess the strength to fight the darkness. The Grimstone may be contained, but the everlasting night is a persistent force. It will seek new hosts, new ways to spread its darkness. You have witnessed its power firsthand. You are the ones who can warn others. Our escape, we realized, wasn't an ending, but a beginning. We were no longer just travel bloggers. We were something more, reluctant guardians against a creeping darkness. We shared a look, a newfound purpose hardening our gaze." The woman gestured towards a path winding through the trees. "There is a village beyond this forest," she said. "They will take care of you. But remember, the fight is just beginning." With a final nod, the woman turned and faded into the trees, leaving us alone with the weight of our newfound responsibility. We didn't know what the future held, but we knew one thing. We would not be consumed by the darkness. We would carry the memories of the Grimstone with us, a constant reminder of the horrors that lurked in the shadows. The everlasting night might slumber for now, but we would be ready when it awoke. As we stepped onto the path, the sun casting long shadows through the trees, we knew our journey had just taken a terrifying turn. But for the first time since we entered the Grimstone Hotel, we felt a spark of hope. We were survivors, and within us burned the will to fight. Years blurred into decades. We trained with the other refugees in the sanctuary, learning to harness the residual energy of the portals, a pale but potent force against the everlasting night. Sarah, once a skeptic, became our fiercest fighter, her eyes burning with an inextinguishable resolve. News trickled in from the world beyond, brought by weary travelers who stumbled through the portals. The Grimstone Hotel became a legend, a whispered nightmare that haunted the fringes of civilization. The twilight crept further, consuming towns and villages whole. We knew it was only a matter of time before it breached the sanctuary's defenses. One day, a scout returned, his face etched with dread. "It's breached the final barrier," he rasped. "The everlasting night. It's coming for the sanctuary." Panic threatened to consume us, but the old woman, ever stoic, silenced the room with a single look. "We knew this day would come," she said, her voice unwavering. "We have prepared." Our training culminated in this moment. We channeled the energy from the portals, weaving it into a shimmering net of light that encircled the sanctuary, pushing back the oppressive darkness. The battle raged for days, a war of light and shadow. The sanctuary lights flickered precariously, the everlasting night a monstrous entity clawing at the edges of our reality. Just when it seemed our defenses would crumble, a new light appeared on the horizon, a blinding brilliance different from our pale energy. As it neared, it took form, a majestic griffin, its feathers ablaze with a celestial fire. It circled the sanctuary, its piercing cry echoing through the wasteland. The everlasting night recoiled, its dark tendrils shriveling under the griffin's radiant gaze. With a final earth-shaking roar, the creature retreated, vanishing into the abyss it came from. The sanctuary light stabilized, a fragile victory achieved. The griffin landed before us, a creature of legend made real. Its eyes, pools of molten gold, seemed to pierce our souls. The old woman stepped forward, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "Welcome, guardians," the griffin boomed, its voice a celestial echo. "You have held back the darkness, but it is far from over. The everlasting night is a wound on the world, a tear in the fabric of reality. To truly end it, you must find the source, the birthplace of the darkness." The revelation stunned us. We had fought a defensive war, but now a new and perilous quest awaited. Exhausted but determined, we shared a look. The battle was far from over, but with a newfound purpose and a celestial guide, we were ready to face the heart of the everlasting night, and perhaps, finally, bring true light back to the world. The journey to the source of the everlasting night was veiled in mystery. The griffin, who introduced himself as Solara, explained that the birthplace of the darkness wasn't a physical location, but a corrupted realm, a twisted echo of our own. "It exists beyond a tear in the fabric of reality," Solara boomed, her voice resonating with power. "A place where nightmares manifest and shadows reign supreme." Our training paled in comparison to the unknown dangers that awaited us. Yet, the weight of the world bore down on our shoulders. We couldn't simply remain in the sanctuary, content with this fragile peace. We were the guardians, the ones who had tasted the everlasting night's chilling touch and emerged with the will to fight. Solara led us on a perilous journey, navigating forgotten paths and navigating treacherous landscapes. We crossed deserts of shimmering glass, their warped reflections distorting our reality. We traversed forests where the trees were skeletal claws reaching for the dying sun. Each step was a test of our courage and resilience. Sarah, once a skeptic, proved herself to be a natural leader. Her once sarcastic wit was replaced by a steely determination, her fear channeled into focused action. Ashley, on the other hand, found solace in documenting our journey. Her blog, once a platform for travel memoirs, now became a beacon of hope, a chronicle of our fight against the darkness for those still clinging to survival in the world beyond. Finally, after weeks of arduous travel, we reached a desolate plain. The air crackled with a malevolent energy, and a swirling vortex of obsidian darkness pulsed in the distance. It was the tear, the gateway to the heart of the everlasting night. Solara landed a short distance away, her celestial aura struggling to pierce the encroaching darkness. "This is where we part ways," she declared. "I cannot enter the abyss. But remember, Guardians, the darkness feeds on fear. Face it head on, and it will crumble." With a final, majestic cry, Solara vanished into the sky, leaving us alone before the pulsating tear. We exchanged nervous glances, fear a tangible entity in the oppressive air. Stepping back, Sarah thrust a worn, leather-bound book into my hand. "The Grimstone Chronicles," she stated, her voice firm. "It might hold the key. Good luck, Gemma." A lump formed in my throat. We had come so far, lost so much. But the weight of the world's future rested on our shoulders. With a deep breath, I gripped the book tighter, the worn leather offering a sense of comfort. Taking Ashley's hand, I stepped forward. Together, we marched towards the swirling vortex, ready to face the heart of the everlasting night. As we crossed the threshold, the world dissolved into a swirling cacophony of nightmares. Monstrous creatures, birthed from shadow and fear, materialized around us. The air screamed with a chilling symphony of despair. Yet, we pressed on, wielding the pale light of the sanctuary and the knowledge gleaned from the Grimstone Chronicles. The book, it turned out, was more than just a chilling history. It contained fragments of lore, cryptic rituals, and forgotten spells. We fought our way through the nightmare landscape, using the stolen knowledge to banish the creatures back into the darkness from which they came. Each battle made us stronger, our bonds forged in the fires of shared experience. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we reached the heart of the darkness. It was a monstrous entity, a grotesque being of swirling shadows and inky tendrils. It pulsed with a malevolent energy, its form shifting and morphing, reflecting our deepest fears. Terror threatened to consume us, but we knew the key was to fight through it. We channeled the light, our voices rising in unison as we recited the forgotten spells. The darkness recoiled, shrieking in fury as the light pierced its core. The battle raged for what seemed like hours. We stumbled, fell, but never gave in. Finally, with a deafening roar, the creature dissipated, leaving behind only a faint, pulsating ember. Panting, bruised and battered, we stood victorious. We had faced the heart of the everlasting night and emerged triumphant. Using the last vestiges of our energy, we channeled the light into the ember, causing it to shrink and shrink until it was nothing more than a mote of darkness. A golden glow erupted, consuming the nightmare realm. When the light faded, we found ourselves back on the desolate plain, the tear in reality sealed shut. The everlasting night was gone. The world, however, was forever changed. Scars remained, a constant reminder of the darkness we had faced. But as the first rays of a new dawn painted the horizon, a flicker of hope ignited within us. We were no longer just guardians, but beacons of light,